still available. Go out, cheer them on. They're looking really good, up 2-1. What did you say the percentage was earlier of them going ahead and winning this whole series?
70 if they win tonight, that they can win the whole series. If they end up winning tonight.
All right.
After tonight's game, they go back to Detroit.
Yep.
That's right. And they're firing on all cylinders right now. So let's go Magic. We want to play that song.
Magic. Orlando Magic.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Yes, things look a little bit different. We are in our new streaming studio. We couldn't be more excited to be in here. We are going to show this off to you over the coming hours and in the coming days. But it's great. We're going to have a lot more capabilities and a lot of things that it's going to allow us to do. But nothing really is changing here other than that. Fox 35 News Plus and our live streaming coverage here on our digital platforms still staying the same. And so I want to let you know some of the things that we are getting ready for and keeping an eye on today. There is a White House press briefing coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be bringing that to you live. Obviously, a lot of attention on this after the shooting over the weekend at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Also, we know that the royals are coming to the United States and going to be hosted at the White House in a formal state visit that is coming up a little bit later today. So a lot of things going on in our nation's capital. We will hear from the White House press secretary in that briefing coming up this afternoon. We are also getting our first look now at the proposed redistricting maps that Governor Ron DeSantis' office has just released, sharing those maps with Fox News. And so we're getting a first look at those. Let me give you a look at this map right now. A lot of red, as you see there. This would actually bump up the Republican advantage in the state when it comes to congressional districts from what is currently 20-7, or was 20-8 before the vacancy of Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick, a Democrat from South Florida who just resigned, and essentially create it to be a Republican advantage of 24-4. So that's kind of what you are looking at there right now. Obviously, these maps coming out just a day before the start of the special session in Tallahassee, where lawmakers are going to discuss redistricting and a couple of other topics as well. But joining us live now to talk about these maps, what we can make of them, what we can expect in the upcoming special session, I've got Dr. John Satcher, UCF history professor, joining us live now here today. Dr. Satcher, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning. I like the new studio, Garrett.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We are certainly excited to be here. Okay, so we are, tracking breaking news here with this redistricting. Finally, getting a look at these maps that we had, really been waiting on to see and hadn't gotten anything from them. There had been a lot of talk about when we might see these, and here it comes today, the day before this special session starts. Just give me your initial thoughts of what we see here and some of the changes that this proposal would bring.
Well, like as you said, Florida right now is a 20-8, 20 Republicans, 28 Democrats, although really 7 Democrats now that we have a vacant seat. So ideally, the prediction was the map would give the Republicans an extra 2 to 5 seats. In this case, this proposed map theoretically gives the Republicans 4 extra seats. I think particularly you see a difference there in Tampa. Karen Castor's district has now moved from a Democrat to potentially a Republican seat. And of course, this map is based on, I guess, 2024 numbers. I think this is where you get the idea of, well, that's assuming everyone votes the same way. I think there was some opposition both on the Republican side and the Democratic side to redistricting, and there's some expectation that this map might be a little redder than the reality is going to be in November.
And I want to read you the statement that Governor DeSantis provided to Fox News Digital, saying Florida got shortchanged in the 2020 census, and we've been fighting for fair representation ever since. Our population has since grown dramatically, and we've moved from a Democrat majority to a 1.5 million Republican advantage. Drawing maps based on race, which is reflected in our current congressional districts, is unconstitutional. and should be prohibited. Our new map for 2026 makes good on my promise to conduct mid-decade redistricting, and it more fairly represents the makeup of Florida today. Your thoughts on that characterization of this?
Well, I think he points to a lot of the interesting things that are coming up here. I mean, this is, mid-decade redistricting, which really had never happened before. But now Florida is going to be the 8th state potentially to mid-district do that in the, for this congressional election right now. He's also very careful not to really say this is partisan gerrymandering, because that, of course, is illegal in Florida. While it's legal in most states since 2010, it's been illegal in Florida. I think he's absolutely accurate that there is an undercount in 2020 in Florida. We probably need a 29th congressional seat, but obviously that's not going to happen by November. And I think there is this issue, and particularly the governor has repeatedly pointed out that there's a chance that the Supreme Court will overturn the second section of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which would prevent race-based districts. Right now, it's a little less clear. The Supreme Court has not made that decision yet, but I think this is certainly in line with what Governor DeSantis has been saying all along. It's also in line with the legislature. The legislature says that they're waiting for the governor to produce a map, and here it is today. The governor has produced his map.
It was something that we've heard about, in maybe the past couple of months, kind of leading up to this, that there was some hesitation from some at the state level who maybe said maybe this isn't something we want to kind of wade into after all. But it seems like that pressure on Florida to do something has really kind of ramped up, especially since the results of the referendum in Virginia that essentially gave Democrats an advantage there. And so you talk about the unconstitutionality of being able to draw districts in Florida for partisan purposes, for partisan gain. Some of those outside comments, some of those outside pressures that are coming in and kind of being part of this conversation about what's happening in Florida, is that something that could be part of some challenge to any new maps that Florida might move forward with in the special session this week?
100%. I mean, you pointed out the key issues here. First of all, there's been this going on nationally. There's been this arms race of trying to change congressional districts. And after Virginia voted last week, it seems like that's a wash. That's essentially a push in terms of the amount that Democrats have gained in Virginia and California compared to what the Republicans might have gained in North Carolina and Texas. So we come to this point where it's basically, it's a tie. And so Florida could potentially break that tie and push things back more into the Republican column. But because of this Florida fair districts where we cannot talk about partisan gerrymandering or partisan gerrymandering is illegal, you've actually seen less vocal words from the White House. Think about it, the White House really asked Texas to create districts, but the White House can't say to Florida, we need 4 more Republican districts, because then immediately that's going to be subject to lawsuit almost immediately. But you're also right that the outside world is looking at this very clearly. Not only is potentially the White House looking at this because they want to keep a Republican majority in Congress, but this last week there was sort of this almost like a pre-UFC fight argument between Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, a Democrat from New York, and our own Governor DeSantis over this, that essentially Representative Jeffries dared Florida to redistrict, because there's a sense that if things are redistricted a little bit too tightly, maybe these Republican districts that were clearly Republican are now more competitive districts. And there's a sense potentially, and certainly among some Republican incumbents in Florida, which is why they weren't enthusiastic about this, that this could backfire on the Republican Party in Florida and potentially elsewhere as well.
I want to zero in on one of the comments that I read you from the governor's statements here, saying that this his new map, he believes, more fairly represents the makeup of Florida today, and he's specifically kind of highlighting the Republican advantage of 1.5 million registered voters in the state. Does a mid-decade redistricting like this come with any sort of danger to kind of drawing based on the makeup as it is right now, or is that just kind of how this works?
Well, I think you pointed out, I mean, the governor says this is a more fair map, and fairness in terms of redistricting is always in the eye of the beholder. I mean, if you think about it in terms of percentage-wise, The Democrats will certainly have a lower than their percentage in the state in terms of districts, this is the case. Or if you looked upon each district as a mini Florida, then theoretically the Republicans should win every district. So, and then when we're talking about fairness, where do we talk about racial and ethnic minorities being represented in terms of fairness? So fairness is a really tough nut to crack in terms of redistricting. I think it's also interesting to point out that the governor's proposed, this of course is not passed yet. The state legislature, particularly the state house, has been reluctant to take up redistricting because they're to a certain extent, they don't see themselves as really having a great winning percentage here. I mean, what is in it for them? It's not going to change state house seats. This is for national Congress. And then state house members are worried about going back to their district and sort of putting together maybe an unpopular plan. It's data indicates the majority of Floridians are opposed to redistricting. There could be a lawsuit that could jeopardize this. So I think it's going to be a controversial issue. But I mean, certainly DeSantis can make the argument that the population has changed, but also we don't have a hardcore, we're guessing a little bit on numbers. I mean, our census was in 2020 and we believe that there was an undercount, but this is why generally we would wait till after the 2030 census. Then we would know for sure whether there was an undercount, where people lived in 2030, and then we would redistrict in 2032. But given the intense partisanship across the nation, not just here in Florida, it's possible that mid-decade redistricting might be a thing that's here to stay.
That's interesting, and I think it's interesting that you bring up kind of how legislative leaders might respond as well, given kind of the recent history. How might this play out this week? What can we expect to see tomorrow when lawmakers do gavel in Tallahassee, and how they might approach all this?
Well, of course, both houses of the Florida state legislature are safely Republican. So we have a Republican governor and 2 Republican houses. So you would think that this should be straightforward. The state Senate has basically said, hey, we want to see your map first. Now we've seen a map, so we'll see how Senator Albritton, who's the president of the state Senate, how he reacts. But yes, definitely there's been a contentious relationship between Governor DeSantis and the lower legislature, particularly Daniel Perez of the Miami area. And it is going to be interesting to see how they react but I think the legislature has been quiet. Partially they've been quiet is because they don't want to have any sort of emails, any sort of communications that indicate this is partisan. My guess, if I had to make a guess, is that this might pass through both legislatures. I guess the legislatures might rather talk about the AI legislation, which is also part of this special session, than talk about redistricting. My guess, again, with safe Republican majorities here, I would think this might pass through the state legislature, but immediately it's going to be put into the Florida court system without a doubt.
And you mentioned a couple of the other topics as well. We know vaccine exemptions, the AI kind of consumer protections, something that they're going to be looking at as well. And so I'm kind of curious what that balancing act is going to be. Does that give lawmakers some cover if they maybe aren't necessarily enthused about doing some of the redistricting stuff, that they can kind of pivot and cover some of these other topics? Or how do these other issues kind of play into the next 4 days in Tallahassee?
Yes, you're right. It's a 4-day special session to cover, like you said, the vaccine mandates, particularly for teachers, to cover the AI Bill of Rights, and to cover potentially redistricting. My guess is we're going to see a lot more talking about the AI Bill of Rights than we are about redistricting. Now, it's very possible we'll just have literally almost no debate whatsoever on redistricting, and then a quick passage of it near the end of the week. But yes, my guess is the special session with 3 different rationales in 4 days, and then we might have more special sessions later to cover property taxes. But my guess is, yes, the AI Bill of Rights, which I think legislators want to talk about because it has more bipartisan support. I think most parents out there would like the idea that there is some restrictions on what their children can do with AI, and the companies can be held responsible depending on what the artificial intelligence companies say to their children and what they're allowed to say to children. So I think that's going to be a much safer issue. So an issue that legislators are much happier to go home to their constituents and say, hey, I was involved in protecting your children. That's going to sell much better than I was involved in changing these redistricting maps. So if I was a legislature, that's what I'd be making a speech about.
Well, Dr. John Satcher, UCF history professor, we appreciate your time, your expertise. Always enjoy talking with you. You're a wealth of knowledge, especially when it comes to topics like this. So we appreciate you. And thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And we are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but keep it right here. We got a lot more to get to on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook right after this break. Thanks for joining us. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now inside our new streaming studio here. And Brooks, we are talking weather, and I tell you what, that humidity has really kind of come back with a vengeance here.
It has. You noticed it this weekend. And by the way, beautiful new studio. This is wonderful.
It's great to be in here.
It is so nice. It's an honor to be part of your first day on the new set.
Well, I appreciate it. We've got a great view in here, and also looking at a great view out at Daytona Beach right now.
Absolutely. And it's been a view featuring a mix of clouds and sun and occasional showers. But the takeaway today is that we're going to have a slightly cooler setup than we'd have in days past, thanks to the passage of a weak cold front. Now, there's a high risk for rip currents, so if you get in the water, make sure you do so within view of a lifeguard. It's recommended you stay out of the water. It's just too dangerous. Obviously, it looks really rough out there, but there are some enthusiastic folks that just have to get in the water, so just be careful. We've also had some scattered showers. This will be the case not just along the Space Coast this midday hour, but through the afternoon, especially south of Orlando. The front itself now is pushing south of Yeehaw Junction, but the northeast flow off of the Atlantic producing a couple of showers there in Polk and Osceola counties between 2 and 5 p.m. Looks like Orlando proper stays dry, as well as Seminole and Volusia counties. But overall, this is a weak cold front, and its impact will be very brief. We're going to go from 80 degrees through this hour to at 84 by 4 o'clock. That'll be our high today with a 20% chance for shower, just accounting for that threat of rain south of Orlando. And then temperatures will dip into the 70s by dinner time for a comfortable evening. The warmest spot will be Winter Haven. That's farthest from the approaching front at 87. The coolest spot, Palm Coast, which is, well, the first to get the front this morning, and with the flow off the Atlantic, by far the coolest by some 10 degrees compared to locations in Polk County. Either way, it'll feel good. Now, a heads up, this isn't a Florida story, but this is a national story. In the Midwest, there's a tornado outbreak potential this afternoon already. There have been several tornado warnings this morning near the St. Louis area and also parts of western Missouri. The threat now moving into Illinois, and in fact, there's a rare significant threat, a 4 out of 5 in eastern Missouri, southern Illinois, for not just damaging wind gusts and what they're calling giant hail. That's hail that could exceed baseball size, really damaging and possibly impactful. If you get hit by one, that would be injurious, right? But also the possibility of some strong tornadoes. So folks in this region from Springfield to St. Louis southward need to watch this very carefully. And I mean, just even outside of that bright red zone, in the very likely zone, the orange zone, including Western Kentucky and Memphis, Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas, all in play for some very big weather. It's all thanks to high pressure, which is ironic because high pressure is associated with dry conditions, sunny conditions, hot conditions, and that's the case over the center of this thing in Mexico. But there's something called the ring of fire. And on the outside ring of high pressure, oftentimes there's thunderstorms. That's exactly where Missouri and Illinois and Tennessee are placed in this configuration. The jet stream energy atop that location will also add fuel to the fire, making those thunderstorms even bigger today. That high pressure system bringing all the heat to Mexico will work south of our region here in Florida by the end of the week, resulting in building heat. But that same weather system bringing the severe weather to the Midwest is going to work toward our region Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And as it moves through, there's a potential, especially Sunday into Monday, of some strong to severe storms. Now, that's about a week away, subject to change. Obviously, the position of the jet stream, the exact position, as well as the subtleties of its potential configuration will influence our actual threat for severe weather. But it's on our radar looking ahead about a week from now. Overall, for the first week of May, which includes this weekend into all of next week, we've got an above average shot at rain, which is great news for our local drought conditions, which remain severe to extreme. So we'll go from 84 today to 88 tomorrow, low 90s for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And some of the computer models are suggesting that we may see, as we turn the calendar over to May 1st, highs firmly in the mid 90s, depending on if we get a little bit more sunshine and the front stays a little bit farther north. So there's a potential for some serious heat that we haven't seen so far this season that will just add fuel to any kind of thunderstorm threat as we head toward Sunday and Monday. But Garrett, overall, a quiet week, but one featuring a significant warming trend. And as you mentioned, that humidity, well, it came back this weekend. And while it's gone away today, it may come back again before the week's out.
All right, we will prepare for that.
Yep, the inevitability of the warm season ahead.
Yep, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett. And again, congratulations on this beautiful new studio.
We are enjoying it already, that is for sure. Let me give you a live look right now at Port Canaveral as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. See some raindrops on that camera there. We'll be right back. Keep it here on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to get you to a somber ceremony going on where state leaders are honoring and recognizing fallen law enforcement officers. This is the state's law enforcement officer memorial service going on. Hearing some opening remarks just a few minutes ago. I want to get you inside this service going on.
I'd like to say that it is an honor and a privilege to work each and every day with the fine men and women of the Tallahassee Police Department, our community partners, the Leon County Sheriff's Office, the University Police Department community here in Tallahassee, all of our state agency partners, our federal law enforcement partners, and you, our partners across the state of Florida. You have my utmost respect. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the city of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas hundreds of police officers have been killed in the line of duty in Florida while attempting to protect citizens and keep our neighborhoods safe and peaceful. And whereas when the life of a person who is sworn to uphold and protect the law is taken either accidentally or through the actions of a criminal, the entire community suffers a tremendous loss, and the safety and well-being that officer provided to his and her community will be gone forever. And whereas the death of each police officer affects the lives of many people, including husbands, wives, children, parents, brothers, sisters, friends, who has to accept their loved one's commitment to helping others in spite of the risk involved. And whereas we honor the fallen heroes by setting aside time to remember, honor, and memorialize these individuals and recognize their ultimate sacrifice to the welfare of their community. And whereas law enforcement officers from around the state join the Fraternal Order of Police in Tallahassee each year to pay tribute to their fallen colleagues and assure that they are not forgotten. Now, therefore, I, John Evans Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize April 27th, 2026 as Florida State Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Day in the city of Tallahassee, and urge all citizens to recognize the significant loss suffered to the well-being of their communities with each of these tragedies. Remember the bravery and willingness of these individuals who sacrificed their lives for the safety of their communities. Honor the memory of these fallen heroes. And finally, pray for the well-being of their friends and family. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated April 27th, 2026.
Thank you, Mayor Daly. We appreciate you being here with us today to honor our law enforcement community and the sacrifices they have made. Please welcome Commissioner Wyant to present the State of Florida Proclamation.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here today with you and to present this proclamation on behalf of Governor Ron DeSantis. Whereas April 27th, 2026 marks the 44th annual Florida Fraternal Order of Police Law Enforcement Memorial Service organized to recognize and honor the fallen law enforcement officers in the state. And whereas the Florida Fraternal Order of Police Law Enforcement Memorial contains the names of every state and local law enforcement officer killed in the line of duty in the state of Florida. In addition to the names are the federal officers killed who lost their lives in the line of duty in Florida. And whereas as 14 names have been added to the Florida's memorial in 2026, we recognize that they gave their life to protect and serve the citizens of their community. And whereas Floridians honor the value, service, and perseverance of our police officers, and whereas police officers are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect our families and our homes against those who violate the law, and whereas Governor Ron DeSantis has committed to ensuring Florida is the friendliest state in the nation to law enforcement, and whereas Governor Ron DeSantis enacted the Law Enforcement Recruitment and Support Initiative, which provides $5,000 signing bonuses to law enforcement officers from other states who relocate to Florida, and to the recruits who are new to the profession. And whereas Governor Ron DeSantis has also backed the blue through anti-rioting legislation that increased penalties of offenses including assault and battery on a law enforcement officer. And whereas this day marks the importance of never forgetting these men and women, their ultimate sacrifice of dedication, their lives to the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now therefore Governor Ron DeSantis of the state of Florida does hereby extend gratitude and encouragement to all observing April 27, 2026 as Florida Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Day. Signed here in Tallahassee by Governor Ron DeSantis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, well, we are going to got an issue with the feed there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to get you back to this ceremony in Tallahassee, where a number of officials are honoring and remembering fallen law enforcement officers across the state. Go ahead and listen in.
Florida State University grounds, law enforcement officers, survivors, and citizens gather in solemn tribute, just as President Kennedy envisioned more than 6 decades ago. As I stand here today, I am reminded that the names etched into the memorial monument in front of the Florida Capitol building represents far more than a name or a date in history. Each name tells a story of service, of missed holidays, long nights, unwavering commitment, and a willingness to step forward when others stepped back. These law enforcement officers paid the ultimate sacrifice so that others could live in safety, and their sacrifice is a powerful reminder of the selflessness that defines the law enforcement profession. We also recognize the families who carry the sacrifice every day. The spouses, children, parents, and loved ones whose strength and resilience inspires us. Your presence here honors their memory, and your support ensures their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Today, the ceremony is more than a tradition. It is a promise that we will never forget the heroes that paid the ultimate sacrifice. Their courage, dedication, and service will forever be etched into our hearts and remembered with honor. For the Fraternal Order of Police, preserving this memorial service each year is a sacred responsibility. It is our duty to ensure the stories, sacrifice, and service of our fallen officers are never lost to time. By continuing this tradition, we honor not only those who gave their lives, but also the families they left behind. Thank you for joining us today as we pay tribute to their legacy. We are honored to welcome President Pat Yos from the National Fraternal Order Police to our annual Florida FOP Memorial Service. His presence reflects the unity and strength of our organization as we come together to remember and honor fallen heroes. President Yo's leadership and dedication to law enforcement nationwide makes his participation especially meaningful on this solemn occasion. Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your commitment to standing alongside of us as we pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Good morning. It is indeed an honor to be here with you today. My friends, all across this great nation, people go about their daily lives. They wake their kids, they get them ready, and they send them off to school. Then they head into jobs and businesses and communities all across this great land to make this nation the greatest nation on earth. And the next day, they'll do it again. We often take it for granted, this cycle of life, this sense of order of safety in our homes and in our communities. But that sense of order is not accidental. It is provided by selfless men and women who place themselves in harm's way to protect others. We're gathered here today not for ceremony alone, but for remembrance, for reflection, and most importantly, for resolve. Today we honor the brave men and women of Florida law enforcement who gave their lives in the service of others. Each name we remember is more than a name etched in stone. Each represents a life of purpose, a story of service and commitment and something greater than self. And behind every one of these names is a family who shares in the sacrifice and now carries the loss. My friends, these are very trying times for our noble profession. In just a few short years, we have seen a shift that has caused has changed our view as public servants to, in many eyes, as being something far less. And with that shift, our job has become less safe. For years now, we've seen hundreds of officers shot annually across this country, 367 officers shot last year alone. Many were targeted in deliberate ambush-style attacks because they wear a badge. That's not random. That is a pattern, and that pattern is an epidemic. But here's what defines our profession. We are ordinary people who answer a higher calling of public service, and at times we're called upon to do extraordinary things. We stand that line between order and chaos. We run towards danger when others run away, and we make decisions in seconds that are judged for a lifetime. And even on our worst day, we'll wake up the next morning, we'll pin on a badge, and we'll do it again. Because it's not in our DNA to leave our communities unprotected and less safe. The thin blue line may bend at times, but it is never broken. And when the unthinkable happens, when an officer falls in the service of others, we as a free society have an obligation to remember and to honor them and to ensure that their sacrifice is never forgotten. To our families that are here today, there are no words that can truly capture the depth of your grief or the weight of your loss. This sacrifice did not end with your loved one's final watch. It continues every day in your lives. You carry the absence at the dinner table, the empty chair on holidays, the missed milestones, and the quiet moments that only you will feel. You carry the burden of moving forward while holding on to a life that was taken far too soon. Your loved ones put on a uniform every day knowing the risk, but you too knew that risk every single day. You shared in their calling, you shared in their sacrifice, and now you share in their loss. Please know this, that your loved one is not just remembered here today, they are part of all of us. They are part of every officer who continues to serve, every shift worked, every call answered, and every life protected. Their legacy lives through this profession and through all of us who stand here today, committed to never forgetting. To the officers that are standing here today, honor them by the way you serve. Honor them by the way you lead. Honor them by the way we take care of each other. Because this profession, this calling, this brotherhood and sisterhood, it's bigger than any one of us. My friends, memorial services like this don't just happen. They are built on respect, on sacrifice, and on a deep understanding of what this profession demands. May we never forget the officers that we remember here today, who reported for work and did not return to their families at the end of their shifts. May we never forget the surviving families and the sacrifice that they will continue to carry. May we never forget those who suffer in silence and who bear the unseen weight of this profession. And may we never forget those who are injured protecting others. Let us not leave here just in remembrance, but in commitment. Commitment to the legacy, committed to each other, committed to ensuring that their sacrifice will continue to mean something. May God bless our fallen. May God watch over and continue to those who continue to serve, and may God bless every family who must carry on. And may God continue to bless the great state of Florida and the United States of America. Thank you.
The final speaker making opening remarks before that ceremony transitioned into a reading of names. We will check back in on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now inside a Hillsborough County courtroom where they are showing hits on a flock camera, license plate reader right now in day 3 of the trial of 4 defendants charged in the murder of Julio Fulio, the Jacksonville rapper who was ambushed outside a hotel in Tampa back in 2024. This is, again, the 3rd day of the trial. The suspects, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, and Isaiah Chan, all facing charges, all on trial right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as the testimony continues this morning.
A date of June 26, 8/17:59 p.m. on number 29 Duluth State Road 120.
Yes.
The next image is approximately the same time period, maybe 2 seconds earlier, same location.
Yes.
And we see a black vehicle here. What kind of vehicle was that?
Chrysler.
Okay. Next image, same date at 7:55:46 p.m. And it says, if I'm reading that correctly, APD Georgia number 464, relocation, Peachtree Street at Peachtree Circle northbound.
Yes.
Okay? And then to the right, does it appear to be the same vehicle traveling at that time in that same location?
Yes.
At about 2 seconds earlier?
Yes.
Okay. So about 22 minutes apart, and those two vehicles are traveling basically in tandem.
Yes.
You have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I just have 1 more moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Detective, as you were reviewing this information that we just looked at, were you in communication with Detective Ramos?
I was.
Were you keeping him updated as you went through this as to what you were finding?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, is it Corporal Carter?
Yeah.
Good morning, Corporal Carter.
Good morning.
Corporal, you are familiar, obviously, with how the jail operates, correct?
Yes.
And you've had many occasions to deal with the jail and jail records during the course of your day-to-day activities, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what has been marked as Exhibit Number 1 for Rashad Murphy and ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, it's proof of incarceration.
And it's not a document that you personally prepared, correct?
No.
But it is a document that's maintained in the normal course of the business of the Gwinnett County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And who does this particular document relate to?
Rashad Murphy.
And what is the purpose of the document?
To provide proof that he was actually incarcerated.
Okay. And what does it tell us about when Mr. Murphy was taken into custody by the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Department?
It provides a date of arrest and a date of release.
And the date of arrest is when?
June 26, 2024 at 17:47 hours, which is 5:47 p.m.
So 5:47 p.m. on the 26th, correct?
Correct.
And how about his time and date of release?
June 27, 2024 at 1:41 a.m.
So that would be the balance of the 26th, past midnight, and then released on the 27th at 1:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Thank you. At this time, I would admit Rashad Murphy's defense exhibit number 1.
Any objection, State?
No, Your Honor, we have no objection to that coming in.
Okay, that is.
So, Corporal, you were initially asked to respond to the Baymont Hotel, but you really didn't have much information at that juncture as to what was going on, correct?
I just had very brief details that my sergeant had informed me of.
And that is that there was a vehicle in custody that had been part of a flock detection?
Yes.
Did you know what your responsibility was going to be when you got there?
Not exactly, but to come and assist.
And what that ended up being was to take custody, if you will, of Charmaine Steiger and transport her to district or to headquarters or to office of some type, correct?
Not necessarily to transport, but to speak with her.
Okay. Which you ultimately did, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that while you were speaking to her, you noticed that something, I think you said, popped up regarding Julio Fulio on the phone, correct?
It was a notification with Julio in it.
So you don't know if it was a news notification, correct?
I do.
Okay. What kind of notification was it?
It was a message.
Okay.
From social media, Instagram.
Okay, so it was an Instagram social media message that notifies anyone who has an Instagram account or who has any relationship to that particular person or subject.
This particular notification was a direct message.
It was a direct message from whom?
It came and went so quickly that I didn't document the name.
Okay, and you don't know what it said, correct?
I don't know the whole context. I just saw Julio in that.
Okay, and it came from Instagram?
Yes.
You don't know how many other people received that same notification, do you?
I don't know if there was a group message, but whoever Instagram account that was logged into that phone, it would have been a direct message included. That would be one of the recipients if there were multiple.
Right, and there could have been 5 recipients, there could have been 10 recipients, there could have been 100 recipients, there could have been 1,000 recipients, depending on what kind of group it was.
Potentially, yes.
There was no picture attached to what you could see, correct?
No.
And it came and it went, correct?
Yeah, it was just a notification that pops up briefly.
And that notification didn't become in and of itself relevant, or you didn't see it when you did the extraction of the phone, correct?
Are you asking me if it eventually became relevant, or?
Or no, did you ultimately see it in the extraction of the phone?
I don't believe so.
Part of your then evolving responsibility at that time was to author a search warrant for the phone in order to seek an extraction of its contents, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk briefly?
Yes.
And referring to States Exhibit 65, A through D, A would depict a picture of the case of that phone, correct?
Correct.
And B would depict the back of that phone, correct?
Correct.
When writing that affidavit for that search warrant, which needs to be done in order to provide it to a judge, in order for a judge to determine whether or not a search warrant would be granted, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, you utilized much of the information that had been provided to you from Detective Ramos at that point in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also utilized some of your own information based on your observations since your responsibilities started in Gwinnett that day.
Yes.
That search warrant affidavit, do you recall if it included any information whatsoever about Rashad Murphy?
Yes, it did.
Meaning what?
Objection.
What's the legal basis?
Hearsay.
At this point, I'm going to sustain the objection.
So after the search warrant affidavit was submitted and search warrant was obtained, that phone went to the lab in the care and custody of Corporal Harden, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the first couple of attempts to download the phone failed, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, yes.
What is AFU mode?
AFU is after first unlock. So it's when a download is obtained after the phone's already been unlocked with a password, Face ID, or prior to the phone being downloaded.
And that is the optimum circumstance for the process of extracting a phone, correct?
Optimum would be if we had the password and could get into everything.
Okay?
Yes.
And short of not having a password, this would be what we call the next best thing.
Yes.
Normally, when you do an extraction in an AFU mode, you can normally get 95, 97% of the contents of that phone, correct? That would be normal.
It depends, not necessarily. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
You would normally get a much larger portion of the phone's contents and the phone's data in that mode, correct?
You have a better chance of getting it, but it depends based on the model of the phone, if it's an iPhone, the iOS that it's on, if it's updated, stuff like that. So you do have a better chance, but again, the answer is it depends.
And would you be able to relate that answer to this particular phone?
Yes, potentially.
Okay? And without knowing what was going to ultimately happen with the phone, would it have been the style and the type of phone and the fact that it was open that would allow you to testify that the possibilities of getting a larger amount of data from this phone existed?
Potentially.
So, because the extraction of the phone was not complete during the balance of the day that it went to the lab, it was left by the analyst on a wireless charger because it was still plugged into the software that was extracting the phone, correct?
Yes.
And because of the time of day, it was left in that position overnight.
Yes.
And when it was left overnight, there was no one watching it, there was no one monitoring it, it was in the lab, presumably it was locked up, correct?
Yes.
And before it was locked away for the night and plugged into this wireless charger, and let me digress, it's plugged into the wireless charger because you don't want it to go dead.
It wasn't plugged into the wireless charger, it was sat on top of a wireless charger.
Correct, because that's what a wireless charger is, right?
Yes.
So you put it on top because the phone itself was plugged into the mechanism that was doing the extraction.
Correct.
And at that particular time, the case, which is states 65B, had not been removed, correct?
I don't believe so.
Well, we would presume that if it was removed, we would have been able to see its condition, correct? And that's in States Exhibit 65A.
Yes.
Do you know whether it is standard operating procedure when taking possession and custody of a phone to determine its working ability and its condition when you're attempting to extract from it?
I don't know if they do it before or after. I know obviously in this case they took the case off after. I don't know what their normal process is. I personally don't manipulate the phone in any way until I have the search warrant in my hand, so I can't speak to what the lab's procedures are.
In this particular case, because Corporal Hardin didn't note the damage to the phone, what happened was it wasn't charging on the wireless charger overnight, correct?
Correct.
And the consequence of that is that the phone went dead.
Yes.
As a result of the phone going dead, the natural result of that is that it retarded the ability to get a full extraction, correct?
Yes.
That's because once it goes dead, it becomes a BFU mode, right?
Correct.
And explain to us very briefly, if you could, what is BFU mode?
It's for before first unlock. So the
And-
phone hasn't been unlocked since it's been powered on.
And in that mode, it would provide us less data, less information.
Again, potentially depending, it depends on the make, model of the phone, the iOS, it depends, but generally speaking, usually yes.
And had Corporal Hardin removed that case, he would have known not to put it on a wireless charger, maybe stop the extraction that he thought was going on that wasn't happening, and maintain that phone on a charger so that it would not go dead, correct?
It's a good chance, yes.
That detective continuing to testify right now and talking about the extraction from the phone, some of the evidence that was found there. Again, this is day 3 of the Julio Fulio murder trial. 4 defendants on trial right now. And again, hearing from a detective talking about the extraction, kind of how they were able to get some of that data from the phone. You saw the image of the phone as well. So we're continuing to monitor that. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. And we are continuing to talk about and take a look at this the new redistricting proposal. Some of the maps just released. We're getting a little bit better of a look at these as now leadership from the House and Senate have sent out a number of materials to their members ahead of the special session that is set to get underway in Tallahassee tomorrow. You can see a little bit better of a look here in one of these maps, and you can see the county lines in this one as well. We showed you this earlier, a look at what that might mean for the Republican districts and the Democratic districts. Some analyzing that it could mean a GOP advantage in the state of essentially 24 Republican districts to 4 Democratic districts, opposed to right now that's kind of 20-7 split, with the 8th one being vacant in South Florida. So joining us live now to talk about this ahead of the special session tomorrow, we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Senator Don Gates, Republican from Crestview. And we appreciate you joining us live this afternoon, Senator Gates, on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely. Glad to be with you. And in the background, we've got boxes stacked up here because there's construction going on in the Senate office building. So I apologize if every once in a while you hear a hammer.
It is totally all right. We know a lot going on there in Tallahassee, and a lot about to be going on as well later this week when the special session for 4 days kicks off tomorrow. Senator Gates, I first want to get your reaction to these maps that we're kind of just getting our first look at today. What you think of what we are seeing and what we are looking at here.
Well, the maps are the governor's proposal, and it falls to me as chairman of the Ethics and Elections Committee to bring those maps to and that proposal to the Rules Committee tomorrow. The governor's office will be there to propose and explain their maps and their rationale. But the governor has a role, a constitutional role in congressional redistricting. He has every right to propose maps, as he's done in the past. And governor's maps that have been proposed have been upheld by the courts in the past. And I expect that will be the case this time. The governor will make his proposal tomorrow. We will take it up in the Rules Committee. We'll take public testimony. We'll have debate. We may have a vote, and that vote may send the bill to the floor of the Senate the next day.
Do these does this map, this proposal, seem reasonable to you?
Well, again, I've just received it in the last few minutes. As far as I'm concerned, what's reasonable is the governor's capacity and his authority to make a proposal on congressional redistricting if he believes that it's in the public interest and if there's a rationale to do so. We'll examine that rationale tomorrow. I've not heard the governor's proposal any more than you have. I've only received, the maps in the last few minutes. And have transmitted them then to my fellow members of the Senate. But we'll hear the governor's proposal tomorrow and then be able to ascertain whether or not we believe it should be supported.
I want to get your take as well, because I haven't had the chance to talk with you about this. Florida kind of tackling this redistricting issue to begin with, just given the national conversation and where things have kind of stood with redistricting. Just kind of give me your take on what lawmakers are kind of being asked to do here, and if you think that this is a wise move at this point.
Well, lawmakers are being asked to consider the governor's proclamation that calls us into special session. We're obliged then to come into special session, and we're obliged to pay deference to the governor and to respectfully and thoughtfully hear his proposal for redistricting. As you point out, there certainly is a national flavor to this issue. There are 7 states now that are doing redistricting in the middle of a 10-year census period, and Florida has done congressional redistricting in the middle of a 10-year census period at least 4 times in the past. So it's not unprecedented. Whether or not it will be supported by the legislature and the public is a topic we'll learn more about in the next few days.
What, how do you want to see the Senate handle this? I know you will kind of walk us through a little bit of the process with kind of how it's going to kick off tomorrow. What do you want to see as this process kind of moves forward, and how you hope that this is handled in your chamber?
Well, my expectation is it'll be handled, the governor's proposal will be received respectfully. Just because you receive something respectfully doesn't mean you agree with it, but I believe we'll receive it respectfully in the Rules Committee tomorrow. It'll be thoroughly explained by the governor's representatives, and there will be open debate in the Rules Committee. We'll take public testimony, and then my expectation is we will vote in the Rules Committee tomorrow as to whether or not to take the governor's proposal to the floor of the Senate. If we take the proposal to the floor of the Senate, it would go to the floor probably on Wednesday, and we would have a full debate, an opportunity for amendments, if senators wish to propose amendments, and then it's likely that the bill would come up for a vote either on Wednesday or Thursday.
Senator Gates, are you concerned at all with some of these conversations and some mentions? I'm not highlighting anyone out at the state level. I'm just talking about kind of the broader conversation about this redistricting, and a lot of the comments kind of focusing on the districts being turning blue districts red and that kind of thing, and some of the national pressures that are on here. Are you concerned about some of these comments that you're hearing in this overall debate, and what it might mean for a potential challenge if the legislature does move forward and sign off on these maps, given the fact that Florida, under Florida law, you can't kind of consider those things when it comes to the redistricting process?
Well, I'm not concerned about people making comments. I think that's their right. That's why we have public debate and discussion. That's why we'll take public testimony. We want to hear the comments and concerns. And I've received many emails and phone calls and discussions in the hallway of the Publix and everywhere else. People talking about their concerns about this and other issues. Nothing wrong with that. And I believe that as long as we have a fair opportunity for the Senate and the House to consider these maps and to consider the governor's rationale, then the legislature will obviously take it up. And my belief is we will vote to take these maps forward. Obviously it's a contentious issue nationally. There are 7 states right now that are in the midst of doing a congressional redistricting in the middle of a 10-year period. We've done it in Florida 4 times before, so it's not unprecedented. But I'm not concerned about people being concerned. I would be concerned if we didn't give people an opportunity to speak up, but we are.
Last thing here, Senator Gates, and there may be some Republicans who look at these new map proposals and maybe kind of politically drooling over them. But I want to know what your message might be to Democrats in some of these districts that are kind of seeing the new lines of this and seeing the chance that their current representation kind of being drawn out of their current seat. And so what would you say to maybe blue voters across the state of Florida who are concerned about kind of losing their voice?
Well, I think that whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, you have every right to be concerned, and you have every right to insist that you have equal representation. The governor's transmittal today, which accompanied his proposal, indicated that one of the motives that the governor has is making sure that areas that are underrepresented now because of population surges would be properly represented. So whether you're a blue voter or a red voter or a green voter, I think you need to be fully and properly represented. And the maps that are proposed by the governor or any amendments that are offered by members of the House or Senate should be evaluated based on whether or not they provide equal representation and opportunity for people to know that their vote counts.
What's the bottom line here, Senator Gates, as we get ready to go through this process over the next few days in Tallahassee? What do you want people to know?
Well, obviously, I want them, my hope is that as many people as who may be interested in this topic will read the governor's transmittal, will listen to the governor's proposal when it's made tomorrow in the Rules Committee by going to the Florida channel, and will contact their representatives and senators to provide their feedback. My hope is that we'll have what we always have when issues like this come up, and that is a fair and open and, if necessary, contentious process. That's the whole purpose of legislation, is to make sure that there's an opportunity for people with differing points of view to offer those points of view and to stand in debate on the merits of your proposal. And then, obviously, if this matter goes before the legislature and is adopted, my expectation is that it won't be the last time we hear about it. All redistricting is then accompanied by litigation by people who feel that what they couldn't win on the ballot box or what they couldn't win in an election, they'll try to win in court. And so my guess is that the story will continue, and there will be redistricting if there is, and there'll be litigation for sure.
Oh, it is always a long process. There's no doubt about that. Senator Don Gates, a Republican from Crestview, we appreciate you taking the time to chat with us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, you do the same. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Give you a live look right now at the United Nations, where there is a discussion among the UN Security Council right now about maritime security, and obviously mainly focusing in on and discussing the Strait of Hormuz. This is U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Like two-bit pirates, because when they are, the entire world pays the price, and the world is paying. Most countries, far more than the United States, they are paying for Iran's hostage-taking gambit in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's take a moment and look at the numbers. The Strait of Hormuz typically sees 20 million barrels of oil per day, 40,000 vessels per year. And whether they're bound to heat homes in East Asia or to nourish crops in Central Africa, They have 20% of global oil and liquefied natural gas, 15% of the world's fertilizers. They all transit this strait. And closer to home, it's responsible for 75% of our Gulf states partners' economic output and over 50% of the broader region's food. It is absolutely clear, it's unambiguous, that as a matter of international law, this strait is not, despite Iran's foreign minister's claims, this strait is not Iran's to wield like its own moat and drawbridge. It is not Iran's hostage. It is not Iran's bargaining chip. It is not Iran's toll road. And that's what over 100 countries right outside these doors just testified in one of the most supported press conferences in recent years. 100 countries just said what I said. This is not for Iran to play with like some type of bargaining chip because of its illegal nuclear aspirations. Colleagues, less than 3 weeks ago, the world came together to counter this threat to maritime security. The Security Council adopted UN Security Council Resolution 2817 with a record-setting 136 co-sponsors, demanding that Iran cease its egregious attacks against its neighboring states. Regardless of what you feel about the ongoing conflict, it has chosen to shoot in all directions against its neighbors' civilian infrastructures. And the entire world condemned the obstruction of freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has done nothing but act in defiance of that resolution. 40 days and counting, they have laid sea mines. They have fired on civilian ships. We have worked to clear the sea mines and protect these ships. But it's used the strait also to launch thousands of missiles at Gulf capitals, their hospitals, their airports, their hotels, their neighborhoods. They have threatened to charge tolls, otherwise known as bribes, to allow ships to pass through the strait. And in true form, they have still tried to kill even more Americans than they have in the last 47 years. And this is why President Trump has directed firm action against Iran's threats in the maritime domain to safeguard the entire world's economic security and prosperity. And even while under this type of assault, this type of fire, thousands of drones and missiles pouring in, Bahrain and a coalition of Gulf states put forward another resolution to protect the freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Straits of Hormuz. But unfortunately, two countries, China and Russia, vetoed this resolution and chose a radical religious regime for its partner and ignored not only the plight of our Gulf countries, but the global economy. They chose to shield the Iranian regime from a common sense measure, and they chose to turn a blind eye against Iran's assault on the freedom of navigation, which is hard to make sense of given it's the economies of East Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and East Africa that are most affected by this illegal assault on shipping. So unfortunately, these two countries have put their own economic interest ahead of international obligations. Their companies and citizens supported the Iran-backed Houthis, in addition, in waging a 2-year campaign of terror against shipping in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, which before this crisis was one of the most disruptive assaults on maritime commerce in recent history. Ultimately, colleagues, this council must hold the Iranian regime to account for this blatant and occurring violation of international law, violations of the UN Charter, violations of binding Security Council sanctions, and violations of other measures that were snapped back into place in September. Violations of its own non-proliferation obligations, as we just had a non-proliferation gathering here in the General Assembly. Violations of its obligations under the law of the sea. Violations of the law of war, violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. But I want to particularly spend a moment on the sea mining and indiscriminate planting of mines in international waterways. That makes Iran the international criminal, pirates of the Straits. Tehran admits to these crimes, but is so incompetent, it also admits to not knowing where the mines are. Thankfully, the U.S. military is stepping in to clear these mines and make it safe. But colleagues, we need to broaden this effort. Now is the time for a coalition of like-minded partners to step up and step in with real capabilities and help. We need for commercial shipping, for maritime finance and insurance, for humanitarian aid agencies, over 80 of which move their humanitarian supplies through this strait for life-saving aid, in addition to the military assets, to come together in a coalition for maritime freedom. As the permanent representative of Pakistan just mentioned, we've come together before. We came together in CTF 151 to deal with piracy off the Straits, or off East Africa in the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. The United Nations was built for times like this. We have been here before. We have allowed unchecked regimes and non-state actors to loudly tiptoe towards horrors against their neighbors, while much of the rest of the world sat back and watched. Colleagues, now is not the time for simple words. Now is the time to act. And we call upon the world to join us in maintaining and defending the freedom of navigation for the entire world's economy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
As this meeting continues right now, discussion over maritime safety, and you heard a number of comments there from the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, former Congress member from here in Central Florida as well, who made a number of comments about how he does not believe the Strait of Hormuz, it is not for Iran to play with. It is not their bargaining chip. He said it is not their toll road, and calling on others around the world to stand with the United States when it comes to actions on the Strait of Hormuz. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. I still have a lot to get to in the next little bit. Also standing by for that White House press briefing at the top of the hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you another live look inside the courtroom in Hillsborough County, where we are continuing to hear some testimony on the stand from a detective talking about things found in one of the defendant's phones. This is day 3 of the Julio Fulio murder trial. Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance facing charges here. Just a reminder, you may remember Alicia Andrews was believed to be involved in surveillance of this incident, the night of the alleged ambush. She was found guilty of manslaughter back in October, but has not yet been sentenced. So now these 4 defendants are going on trial together as they are facing even more serious charges in connection with the death of the Jacksonville rapper who was shot and killed in an ambush in Tampa. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this testimony continues. The detective is still on the stand right now, live in Hillsborough County.
A second of each other?
Yes.
So the message of the Airbnb, the owner's asking for an ID, and then Mr. Murphy's photograph, his driver's license, is being photographed by the phone in a JPEG format. Or what was the other way that it could be created?
Potentially sent to them and downloaded. I just know that that image was documented in the phone at 411.
States 83 publishing. By use of the Flock LPR license plate reader recognition system, you were able to find this car, this black Chrysler, that's traveling in tandem with the silver Chevy Cruze.
Yes.
22 minutes apart, they're still in tandem. Is that right?
Yes.
And the tag on that car is a Florida tag, is that correct?
Yes.
Hold on, may I have one more, a second?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, stay put for 1 second. So, members of the jury, it's a little after 12:30, so we're going to take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:45, and just remember my previous admonition, don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case, and we'll be back at 1:45, okay?
Defendant Davion Murphy, you're looking at there, as you heard from the judge. They are breaking for lunch on day 3 of the Julio murder trial in Hillsborough County. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this ceremony in Tallahassee earlier today, where a number of law enforcement officers, fallen law enforcement officers, were remembered, memorialized during a ceremony earlier today in Tallahassee. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
This life to that life everlasting. We are here in their absence to renew our dedication. We want to express in the strongest manner possible the sincerity of our esteem for them and for our dedication to the high principle of the Fraternal Order of Police and its auxiliary. You have heard these names read. You have witnessed a flower being placed in honor of the memory. As we go back to our homes, back to our work, handling our daily assignments, may we be true and faithful to each other. If we do these things, when our name is added to this list, it will be said of us as we now say of those, well done, O good and faithful servants. Well done.
We will now be honored with a musical presentation by Corporal Gladys Justiano.
Every time I try to make it on my own, every time I try to stand, I start to fall. And all those lonely roads that I have traveled on, there was Jesus. When the life I built came crashing to the ground, when the friends I had were nowhere to be found, I couldn't see it then, but I could see it now. There was Jesus. In the waiting, in the searching, in the healing and the hurting, like a blessing buried in the broken pieces. Every minute, every moment, where I've been or where I'm going, even when I didn't know it or couldn't see it, there was Jesus. For this man who needs amazing kind of grace, for forgiveness at a price I couldn't pay. I'm not perfect, so I thank God every day. There was Jesus, there was Jesus. In the waiting, in the searching, in the healing and the hurting, like a blessing buried in the broken pieces. Every minute, every moment, where I've been or where I'm going, even when I didn't know it or couldn't see it, there was Jesus on the mountains, in the valleys, and there was Jesus in the shadows of the alleys, and there was Jesus in the fire, in the flood, and there was Jesus.
Thank you, Gladys. Please direct your attention to the Civic Center screen for the law enforcement honors. You will observe Lee County Sheriff Office Corporal Aaron Eubanks lead a riderless horse across the plaza. Then, to honor Florida's fallen officers and our survivors, we'll observe a moment of silence as deputies from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office Memorial Rifle Team take a position of reverence in lieu of a 3-round volley. Deputies from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office will then perform taps, followed by Amazing Grace by the Pipe and Drum Corps, and finally, a combined flyover with helicopters led by the Leon County Sheriff's Office to include Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Santa Rosa, Marion, Citrus, and Indian River counties. We'll now have the benediction by Chaplain Brown.
Let's pray. Father, we come before you again, and my heart is so full right now. Lord, thank you for the privilege of being able to be in the room with such an amazing group of people. Lord, I'm thankful for the law enforcement community and what a display of that community we saw today. Lord, I thank you for the way they support one another. I thank you for the way they show up for one another. Thank you for the way they encourage one another and for the way they continue to walk through life with their people in the darkest and most difficult days. God, I'm thankful also today for the reminder that we just heard in song a few minutes ago. Lord, no matter where we find ourselves in life, if we open our eyes, we will see Jesus. And I'm thankful for the hope that we have in Jesus, the hope for heaven. Lord, I thank you for what you did for us on the cross so that we could have a relationship with God. And I pray that as we leave here today, that you would guide and direct every one of our steps. Lord, I pray again for the families of those represented today. I pray that you'd continue to strengthen them and continue to comfort them and continue to give them peace that passes understanding. Lord, I pray for all of our officers that are going to get up tomorrow morning and go back on their jobs. I pray that you'd continue to protect them and keep them safe. And I thank you again for their amazing commitment and the selfless sacrificial service that they spend on our behalf to keep our communities safe, to give us the wonderful, peaceful lives that we enjoy on a day-to-day basis. Lord, we do not take that for granted, and I ask and pray that you would strengthen them and that you would be with them every single step of the way. Thank you for those that took the time to organize this great event today and this service, and I pray that you continue to bless their efforts as well. And thank you again for what our hearts have felt. As we leave here today, I pray that we would never forget the sacrifice and the courage and the commitment that was made on behalf of what we're able to enjoy in this great country. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for being a great God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
The benediction at that law enforcement memorial service earlier today in Tallahassee, obviously a very somber scene there. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to coming up. Including this, give you a live look right now inside the White House, where at the top of the hour or shortly thereafter, we are expecting to hear from the White House press secretary for a White House press briefing. So we will catch you up on that and dive into a number of things coming up here shortly. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you another live look right now inside the White House press briefing room, where we are expecting to hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt any minute now. Expected to discuss, I'm sure, a number of topics. There will likely be questions about what happened over the weekend at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Also questions, I'm sure, about the security ahead of the visit of the British royals who are going to be coming to the United States this afternoon as well. So a lot of questions that we will hear, and we will bring this news conference to you live when that does begin. Again, scheduled for 1 o'clock. As we know, they often run a little bit behind schedule, so we'll keep our eyes peeled out for the start of that. And again, we will bring that to you live when it does begin. Let me also give you a live look at the federal courthouse, where the suspect in the White House Correspondents Dinner shooting is expected to be in court coming up around 1:45. Just a reminder that that is a federal court hearing, and so no cameras inside. We won't have any live views or coverage of what's happening inside the courtroom, but we will do our best to bring you information from what happened in the courtroom once that wraps up. Again, that is expected around 1:45, and so we'll be keeping an eye out and monitoring what will be happening with that. Also, an update here. We're expecting an update from the DOJ. Kash Patel with the FBI, the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, going to be holding a news conference this afternoon where they will discuss the latest in all of this, the ongoing investigation and what we know about that. So we will bring you those updates as well. We'll live stream that in our 3 o'clock hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. So a lot going on with that, and developments out of Capitol Hill today that we are keeping a close eye on, obviously. We've also been talking a lot about redistricting. That special session supposed to start here tomorrow, and a lot of eyes on what is going to happen with that. So we've gotten our first look at the maps. We've had a chance to take a look at that from a couple of different perspectives. One, a historian and an analyst taking a look at that. And then we also heard from Senator Don Gates, a Republican, who joined us earlier today to give his take on this and what he hopes to see as he kind of kicks off that process tomorrow with a committee meeting inside the Florida Senate. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that as well. And if you missed those interviews, you would like to see them, you can watch them right now on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, and also in the Fox Local app. You'll be able to find those there. We are also standing by for a couple of things here. One, we expect around 1:30 to hear from House Democratic leadership. That would be Fentress Driscoll, a Democrat from Tampa, who will likely respond to these maps that we saw released today as well. So that's coming up around 1:30. We will do our best to bring that to you live, but we are going to take precedent over with the White House press briefing. So we will, at some point today, bring that to House Democratic's leadership news conference to you ahead of the special session tomorrow. Also coming up in just about 1 minute, if we can go ahead and get this feed pulled up, we are standing by for the statewide Council on Human Trafficking that's going to be holding one of their meetings. And discussing a number of topics. This is one of the councils that's inside the office of the Attorney General, and so they're discussing a number of different things, getting some updates on where things stand in the state of Florida when it comes to ending human trafficking, which we know is a major push within the office of the Attorney General and others. So we are waiting for that to begin shortly. And we'll check in on that coming up in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, the race for governor heating up here in Florida. Byron Donalds has been traveling across the state with his Defending the Florida Dream tour. He was in the Bay Area, Tampa Bay area over the weekend, and had a chance to speak with some reporters after one of those events where he also mentioned redistricting said he wanted to see the maps first, but did support in general the effort. So obviously that portion a little bit, we now know those maps have been released, but I want to still play for you his remarks as he was asked several questions over the weekend.
So you talked about a couple months ago in February, as a youth leader, as a youth coach, you win, lose, and then sometimes when you lose, you quit. I want to hear your message to young Floridians on not quitting on themselves and how you're going to invest in them as the next governor.
Well, let's clear it up. You win, you lose, or you fail forward. Like, sometimes it doesn't work out, but you're a better person having gone through that journey. When it comes to young people, the first thing is we want to make sure that they have a real pathway towards success, a launch pad into their careers. If they're going to go into the trades, they're going to go work for a business or a company, if they want to get some level of credentialing, we want to make it very easy for them to do that, debt-free if possible. That's a big thing that we think can help. Two, when it comes to permitting in our state, we really do have to modernize permitting because permitting costs impact the final cost of that house, the final cost of that apartment that you're renting to start out. My wife and I, we rented a little condo when we started out in Naples 23 years ago. We started out renting too, and it's about making sure you have the steps to be able to traverse to get to the dream that you have in your mind and build that for yourselves. Our state cannot be productive long-term if we're not focused on our young people, making sure they have every pathway to get started. It's going to be a central pillar of our administration.
Should Florida move forward with redistricting after some Republicans have expressed serious concerns about it?
Yes, and I support the governor and what he's going to do with the legislature. We'll see what the maps come out with. That's really the business of the state, but they're going to take care of that, and I think that they should. If you consider population growth in Florida, and obviously, looking at some of the dynamics that have occurred recently, I think it's the appropriate step, and I support the governor in that.
Representative, it's hard for me to hear up here, so I'm not sure if you answered this question or not, but you've opened up about, the struggles that you face in your youth and how, can you just explain, including the previous arrests that you experienced, can you just explain how you were able to reform yourself and move on from those
Right. Well, listen, I was arrested at 18. I was arrested at 20. There's nobody to blame. There were mistakes I made when I was very young. I've always owned up to those. What happened to me was after that, first I took a long, hard look in the mirror and I said, one, how did we get here? And then two, we're never going to be here again. About a year after that, I gave my life to Christ, and I just never looked back. And every step in my life after that has been about being purposeful, about being a better man than I was the day before. Look, everybody's has something going on. Nobody's perfect, but it's really about being a purpose-driven individual, and that's what's been in my life. I'm just here I'm really blessed and fortunate to be in the position I am today. I don't take anything for granted, but it's about every step you take each and every day. It doesn't matter what your age is. My wife always says, like, the purpose of life is a life of purpose. And I think if you have a purpose-filled life, it actually helps you be focused on the next structurally important thing to do in your life. And if you look back on it, you say, man, how did I get to this point in my life? I'm really blessed and honored to be here. And I've been very fortunate. That's what's happened to me. I wish I could go back and grab that young kid and shake him and be like, what are you doing? Stop. But you can't do that. In life, you move forward, and you always try to make sure you're better today than you were yesterday. And that's how I've lived my life. It's really been that simple. But a lot of it starts with the glory and the grace of God.
Voters are worried about gas prices, goods. I want to hear, as governor, what you will do to allow Floridians to feel comfortable with you in leadership with what we're seeing right now in the current climate.
Well, obviously, yes, gas prices are elevated, and it's hurting everybody. There's no doubt about that. When this conflict with the Iranians comes to an end, you're going to see oil prices are going to drop internationally, and with that, probably about 14 to 21 days, gas prices will decrease as well. That's how the market functions. So I think that this elevated gas price, this is all temporary because of the conflict, especially around the Strait of Hormuz. But once that gets settled, those gas prices will come.
All right, that was Byron Donalds over the weekend. Let me get you live right now. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt walking to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
American people about how the administration is responding to yet another attempt on President Trump's life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe. The president would especially like to express his gratitude to the men and women of the United States Secret Service who acted with the utmost professionalism, courage, and sense of duty. This includes the heroic agent who took a bullet to the chest. Thankfully, he was saved by his bulletproof vest. Minutes after returning here to the White House to the Oval Office, despite fighting Secret Service to try to stay and keep the dinner going on Saturday, ahead of addressing you here in the briefing room, President Trump was intent on speaking to this brave agent to ensure he was okay, and the agent assured the president that he was. As you know, I was seated next to President Trump and the First Lady when the shots were fired before Secret Service swiftly moved us to safety backstage. The president's calm in the face of chaos, while yet another individual was trying to take his life, was really remarkable to witness, and it's something I will never forget. President Trump is fearless because he loves this country, and he is willing to put his own life on the line to deliver on the promises that he made to the American public who elected him here into the highest office in the land. And while we are blessed to have a fearless president, we should not live in a country where such constant fear of political violence permeates our society every single day. We can and we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media, but those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop. And one more point. Saturday night served as yet another reminder of how important it is to fund the Department of Homeland Security. It is shameful that the United States Congress has kept this vital agency defunded for 73 days, the longest shutdown of a federal agency in U.S. history. The Secret Service is a vital component of DHS. It has been directly impacted by this reckless political gamesmanship. Everyone in this room who was there on Saturday night witnessed the heroes of Secret Service and federal law enforcement jump into action in the face of grave danger and uncertainty. Agents put their own lives in harm's way to protect the president, the First Lady, the Vice President, and members of the cabinet. One agent can be seen in video footage literally jumping onto the stage, not knowing where the attacker was or where the bullets were coming from at that point, to place his body in front of the President of the United States. These men and women are heroes. They perform their duties daily, and they have children and families too. And they do it despite the political turmoil surrounding their agency. Make no mistake, this defunding of DHS should be a national scandal. If Republicans defunded DHS and we saw in another attempted assassination on a Democrat president, I would hope that the media coverage would be relentless and unforgiving, and I hope that it continues to be now. With the World Cup, America 250, the 2028 Olympics, and a presidential election all ahead, the Democrats' obstruction is placing an enormous and totally pointless burden on the Secret Service that can get more people killed. Enough is enough. There should be no further debate about this. Democrats need to do what President Trump has been calling on them to do for 73 days in a row and fund the Department of Homeland Security, period. This is a national emergency, and every member of Congress needs to put their country over party and get the Department of Homeland Security funded. With that, I will take a few of your questions today. Daniel, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. The president, Saturday after the assassination attempt, came here. He emphasized that law enforcement did their job, keeping everyone safe at dinner. House Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said he believes the president needs greater protection. What is the White House's message to the millions of Americans who wake up here today nervous, uneasy about the safety of the president at events like this and the safety of other cabinet members?
Well, we certainly understand their fears and their worries. As you heard from the president himself, he continues to have trust in the United States Secret Service. As I just said, these are great men and women who are doing their jobs and performing their duties honorably. As we all witnessed on Saturday evening, within minutes, the president, the First Lady, the Vice President, members of the president's cabinet were ushered out of the room. The perpetrator who sought to inflict massive harm, as we all now know with the release of the manifesto on administration officials and the president himself, was stopped at the security perimeter that was set up. He tried to charge through it, as you saw on video, and he was quickly neutralized by Secret Service, and thank God that he was. With that said, obviously the White House is always asking the tough questions and ensuring the safety of the president. I understand there will be a meeting early this week convened by the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles with top DHS leadership, members of the United States Secret Service, and our own operations team here to ensure the safety and the security of the president, as we do have many of these major events moving forward. So we're always monitoring operations and procedures, always asking the tough questions to ensure the president is safe, and the American people should be assured there's no higher priority for the president and his staff than the president's safety.
Caroline, Friday you said that you thought that gaggle out of the sticks would be your last one before your baby. Back in 2024, when the president had the attempt on his life in Butler, you cut your maternity leave short back then. You're obviously back here today after Saturday. Can you just elaborate a little bit why you felt it was important to be here to bring to the media and talk to the American people from the stand?
Sure. It's sort of crazy timing when you put it that way for both children with 2 assassination attempts against the president. I'm honored to work in this job. I view this job as the president's spokesperson and the White House spokeswoman as public service. It's not just any job. I'm honored to do it, and I'm honored to work and speak on behalf of President Trump, who has faced unprecedented adversity and challenges, and I'm honored to work for him. And again, as I witnessed on Saturday night, just his dogged resolve and determination to get back onto the stage, and he was pushing Secret Service and law enforcement to allow him to address, and that really, I think, hopefully gives the country the type of strength that we need. And I certainly know, as his spokeswoman, and I can speak on behalf of all of the staff here at the White House, the president inspires all of us to just keep going and keep fighting every day. Thanks, Daniel. And congrats to you on your new baby. He's beautiful. Aisha.
Just on the rhetoric, you mentioned the First Lady and Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's comments were, Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. And he said this days before the shooting, but there does seem to be a normalization of rhetoric about assassinating this particular president. How can this administration try to put an end to this?
Well, I think you heard it directly from the president on Saturday night, Aisha, that in his words, we need to recommit ourselves as a country to toning down the rhetoric and to unifying around what makes our country great. That's true of everyone who works in this White House, but as I said, it's also true of everyone who has a voice and a platform across this country, whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen, and when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. And unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
This is disinformation and misinformation online. There will be bite-sized clips that will go viral to the point where there are Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case, and I understand he'll be arraigned in court very soon. You all see that, and the Department of Justice will be giving a briefing and an update later today. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum transparency, and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracies that so often do go crazy on social media. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the administration view this as a security failure, or did the protocols work as they were designed?
The president has said he believes that the protocols worked. Again, you had a perpetrator who tried to breach the security parameter that was set up by Secret Service, and he was running as fast as he could and was immediately neutralized moments later. And again, having been right up there on the stage with the president and the First Lady, I can tell you it was seconds before we were told to get down, and it was seconds before we found ourselves in the hold room backstage. It all happened literally within a matter of seconds. The president, the vice president, and the First Lady being pulled to safety. That is not done if there's a lapse. So Secret Service did their jobs well. They communicated with one another to remove the president, and the vice president to safety as quickly as they could, and obviously to neutralize the shooter as well. And thank God they did, because if that man was allowed into that ballroom, it would have been a much different scene.
And just one more follow-up on just how the White House could be rethinking security protocols going forward. I mean, we all remember after the attempted assassination in Butler, there were indoor rallies that were held after that. Is that out of the question, changing any additional security protocols when it comes to how the president does these events that are outside of the White House?
I definitely wouldn't say changes are out of the question. I think, again, that it's up to the White House here, and we view it as a great responsibility to ensure the maximum safety of the president and the vice president and the entire cabinet. And so we're always looking for ways to improve security. I think if you just sit here and say everything is perfect all the time, that's not a good way to operate. And so the White House will continue to engage with DHS and with Secret Service to find ways to improve and strengthen security. But as far as Saturday night is concerned, the president was satisfied with the response, and he's very grateful to the men and women who provided the response for him and his wife and members of his team.
Deanne. Thanks, Caroline. The president has talked about rescheduling the dinner within 30 days. Does he have a specific venue in mind, and would he consider hosting it at the White House?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a room big enough here at the White House, which is another point to be made, and the president is absolutely right. It's why the White House Ballroom project is not just a fun project for President Trump, like you will read in the media. It is actually critical for our national security that a larger, secure building on this complex, which is the most secure complex in the world, is built to accommodate not only large amounts of guests, but also the president, the vice president, members of the cabinet. The line of succession in this country should be able to gather freely in safety without the fear of threats or political violence. And the White House Ballroom will provide that. And so it's critical that we get this project done as quickly as possible.
Ron as well.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if that's all right. First, on the security situation on Saturday, kind of a follow-up here. Previous administrations have sent both the president and the vice president to the dinner. But after the foiled attack on Saturday, if the dinner is rescheduled, would President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance both plan on attending? And is it wise to have both of them in the same spot, given the presidential line of succession that you mentioned a second ago?
It's definitely a good question, and I know that it's one that will be raised. I can assure you the president intends to attend the event, as he has told all of you publicly. I don't want to rule in or out the vice president's attendance, but certainly that's a conversation that will take place.
Iran has proposed a mutual reopening of the strait, leaving the nuclear discussion for later in the process. Given that the nuclear program has been a red line for this administration, would the president agree to that kind of phased negotiation?
Well, only because it's been reported. I will confirm the president has met with his national security team this morning. The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because I was prepping to come out here. But the proposal was being discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well.
So they're considering it.
I wouldn't say they're considering it. I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president, I'm sure, on this topic very soon.
I'm going to ask you about the Fed chairman, but first, 3 assassination attempts in 3 years. Is this going to change the type of events that the president goes to?
Well, again, that's going to be part of the conversations moving forward. But as you heard from President Trump, he does not want these deranged lunatics and these grave acts of political violence to change our American way of life. And I think it's a very brave thing for him to say. It'd be very easy for him to just hunker down here at the White House where he knows he's safe, but the president wants to be out across the country. He wants to go across the country to meet with Americans. He wants to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation's anniversary this summer. As you know, we're gearing up for a big UFC fight here on the South Lawn. So there's many exciting events I know the president wants to be part of and will be part of moving forward. He's undeterred in that way, and it's something that inspires all of us here to keep going.
Senator Tillis is now dropping his objection to allowing Kevin Warsh to be confirmed because the DOJ has closed their investigation. Is the president satisfied that an inspector general report into the Federal Reserve is enough to look into these renovations?
The president understands that the inspector general has greater tools at their disposal, perhaps even more powerful than a grand jury, to continue investigating the financial mismanagement of the Fed building, which is a priority for the president. Look, he's a builder himself. When he sees something has a lot of cost overruns, is taking too long, and in this case ripping off the American taxpayer, he wants to get to the bottom of it. I understand Senator Tillis put out a statement saying he'll support Kevin Warsh's confirmation. That has been our position all along from day one. He is more than qualified for the job, and we look forward to working with the Senate on his swift confirmation process. Megan.
As a follow-up on Warsh, will the president be satisfied once the Fed's Inspector General finishes that investigation, even if it finds no evidence of wrongdoing?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'll let the president speak on it when we see the results. It's obviously far too early to say.
And relatedly, as a follow-up, now that it looks like Warsh will be confirmed by the end of Jay Powell's term, is he still considering firing Jay Powell if he stays on as governor after that?
I haven't talked to him about it specifically, but I think the president will be satisfied once Kevin Warsh is confirmed as the Fed chair, which he should be. Karen.
On Iran, the president had said last week that the U.S. has started the process of clearing the Strait of Hormuz of mines. Do you have an update on how many have been removed and an estimate of how long that process could take?
I don't, but I would defer you to the Pentagon on that. We'll make sure they get you an answer, Karen.
It's an ongoing process, though. It's still actually happening right now.
Again, I would defer you to the Pentagon on anything with respect to clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you very much.
I
know that you said that the White House is reviewing the security protocols for things that could be done differently in the future. Have you identified anything so far that you would like to see done differently, or ask the Secret Service to make any changes in the security protocols for the president, particularly at these large events that are taking place off the White House campus?
Not yet, no, but as I said, there will be a meeting here at the White House in the earlier half of this week, so those conversations will take place.
And on the line of succession.
And I would also just add, look, the Secret Service does not detail their procedures or operations to the public for obvious reasons, because you have crazy people who try to hijack them and get around them. So these conversations will take place in private, but if adjustments need to be made to protect the president, they will be made.
Caroline, the White House discussed doing like it does, for instance, with a joint address to Congress for these large events, and designating someone as the designated survivor for future large events that the cabinet attends.
Well, those conversations ahead of the Walker dinner did take place, but there were several members of the cabinet in the line of succession who did not attend for various personal reasons. So designating one survivor was not necessary, as we had several members who were not there already.
Caroline, all those people forced to dive under tables and fearing for their lives on Saturday night, including many of the people in this room, myself included. What is the president's message to those people who experienced that terrible trauma and maybe are still fearful today?
I think he would say, as he sort of did on Saturday night, coming in here in his tuxedo, we can't allow these crazy people to let us be afraid. We have to keep moving forward, showing up, doing our job, celebrating our country, and doing what we know is right. But certainly we'd like to see the rhetoric against this president and his supporters toned down, because it is inspiring these crazy people across the country to target not just the president, but those who work for him and those who support him. And it must end.
Is he following the arraignment of the suspect today?
Yes, he is, and I know you all want to follow that too. It's happening in a few minutes, so I'll let you all go. The Department of Justice is also going to be speaking momentarily following the arraignment, and I pray that this is the last time I speak to you for some time until after my maternity leave. So thank you, guys.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking questions from reporters and talking a lot up there about the rhetoric, condemning much of the anti-Trump rhetoric that the White House has said they are hearing, in highlighting a few specific instances from lawmakers, from others. Also, she made mention of the comments that were made over the weekend by Jimmy Kimmel. And actually, right as Press Secretary Leavitt was taking questions there at the end, a Truth Social post from President Trump came in. I'm going to pull that up for you now. It says, "Wow, Jimmy Kimmel, who's in no way funny, as attested to by his terrible television ratings, made a statement on his show that's really shocking. Showed a fake video of the First Lady Melania and our son Barron like they were actually sitting in his studio listening to him speak, which they weren't and never would be. He then stated, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. Referencing that quote that we also heard Caroline Leavitt talk about in that briefing. The post from President Trump on Truth Social going on to say a day later, a lunatic tried entering the ballroom of the White House Correspondents Dinner, loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. He was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Kimmel's despicable call to violence and normally would not be responsive to anything that he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Again, that post coming in on Truth Social right as Caroline Leavitt was speaking to reporters there, giving an update about what happened. Also talking about the suspect who is due in court any minute now. I can give you a live look outside the courthouse there. Around 1:45 is when that hearing is scheduled for. Again, we won't have cameras inside there, but we'll try to bring you an update on what happened. So we will be monitoring that. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is State Representative Fentrice Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, and the leader of the House Democratic Caucus in Tallahassee, talking right now in a virtual news conferencing after we got a first look at the redistricting proposal released by the governor. Let's go ahead and listen in ahead of the special session that kicks off tomorrow.
They want a place to raise a family or enjoy retirement without worrying about how to make ends meet every month. They want a Florida where they can thrive, not just survive. But instead, Ron DeSantis called the legislature back to play politics and redraw maps. No matter what DeSantis...
Recording in progress.
This mid-decade redistricting is an illegal partisan gerrymander happening because Donald Trump asked for it. Redistricting mid-decade is not normal. The Sunshine State has seen population growth for at least a century, and it has never caused us to redraw maps in the middle of the decade before, so I don't accept DeSantis' suggestion that we must do this now. His new plan also creates districts of exactly equal population based on the very census data he said was faulty and could no longer be relied upon when he started this ruse. It is virtually impossible to see this as anything except another thinly veiled attempt to subvert the will of the voters and rig the midterm elections. There's no reason to have a special session and waste taxpayer dollars on bringing us up to Tallahassee to draw illegal maps. This is the cynical, swamp-like behavior that people hate about politics. Not to mention that special session starts tomorrow, and we just got our first look at the governor's proposed maps this morning when he released them to Fox News. To me, an exclusive to Fox News feels extremely partisan. The governor's claim that this map fairly reflects Florida is completely bogus. We're not a one-party state, and nearly 2/3 of Florida voters are not Republicans. The governor's letter rests almost entirely on the premise that the Supreme Court is poised to affirm a particular outcome in Louisiana versus Calais. That case has not been decided. Re-argument was held in October 2025, and no opinion has been issued. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves, who is a Republican, said publicly just last week the entire world knows the Calais decision has not yet been handed down and that he will not call a special session until it is. DeSantis is not implementing a ruling, he is gambling on one. He's asking Florida to do what he wishes the Supreme Court would say instead of waiting to find out what it actually will say. The Constitution is not a betting slip. The governor of the third largest state in the country should not be redrawing 28 congressional districts on a guess about what 9 justices might do months from now. In 2010, more than 63% of Floridians, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, voted to amend the state constitution to forbid partisan and racial gerrymandering. Those are the Fair Districts Amendments. The governor's general counsel in their transmittal letter now argues that the entire Fair Districts Amendments must fall, every word approved by Florida voters, because a small portion is allegedly unconstitutional in their eyes. This is a radical severability theory that no Florida court has adopted. You cannot honor a constitution by erasing the work of 2/3 of the people who wrote it. And when the only way to call a map fair is to eliminate half of the opposition seats, it isn't a map, it's a takeover. When the news blasts are powered by DeSantis 28, we know exactly why he's trying to manipulate the system. It's entirely for himself and his political future. He does not care about everyday Floridians. If this were intended to be a meaningful legislative process, all legislators would have been given plenty of time to review the proposed changes. This shell game just goes to show you that more equitable representation was never the goal. Our team has started to crunch the data, and we believe that it bears what we all know to be true, the quiet part out loud, that this is a partisan gerrymander. And also happening this special session, the DeSantis administration wants to eliminate the vaccine protections that have helped Floridians, especially kids, save for decades. We're talking about diseases like measles, hepatitis B, and polio. This is extreme, unsafe, unpopular, and wrong for Florida. If it passes, people are going to die as a direct result. A bill on vaccines passed in the Senate during the regular session. I'm pleased to say that the House rejected it. The bill was politically and not scientifically motivated. This week, we will see the same Senate bill again, and I'm not sure the House will be happy with it. I know I certainly won't be. This year alone, Florida has had over 130 confirmed cases of measles. This is an extraordinarily contagious disease that was functionally eliminated in the United States for decades. Because we chose to ignore scientists and doctors, we now have a serious measles outbreak that we cannot afford to make worse. Florida already has a robust vaccine exemption path for families that feel they need it for either medical or religious reasons. We don't need to do anything else to weaken the protection vaccines give our kids. And finally, the other topic the governor expanded this session to cover, the special session to cover, is artificial intelligence. AI is undoubtedly the technology of the future, and we do need safeguards in place to protect our kids and make sure workers are not left behind without any options. But I have serious concerns about the construction of data centers adversely impacting our environment and driving up costs for Florida residents. Florida's land is too precious and too fragile to allow unfettered development. And while I believe that we need protections, I also recognize this is an issue that crosses state and national boundaries in a way that few other issues do. So while Florida certainly has an important role to play in AI development and implementation, we should not be creating a patchwork that puts our Floridians and our economy at a disadvantage. So no matter what other topics at issue this special session, to be very clear, the real focus of Republican leaders is and has been redistricting. Everything else is a distraction from their attempt to illegally redraw the maps. Let's not draw attention away from what is really going on here. And now, with that opening, I'm happy to open it up for questions. If you have any, please drop them in the chat. I see we've already got some in the chat, so why don't I take that first? From Andrew Atterbury, good afternoon. Have House members received any indication if the chamber will consider the AI bill of fights legislation? The AI bill of fights legislation. Do House Democrats support the idea? Thank you. So I just want to emphasize that the AI bill was not heard during the House or in the House during regular session, but the speaker seemed potentially open to some safety regulation for minors. I am concerned, and I've heard the speaker voice the same concern about having a patchwork of regulation from the states as opposed to a national framework for this. So we've been hearing mixed messages that an AI bill certainly will pass. We've also heard that the House will not take it up. My felt sense of things that we will probably take up something, and they might still be hammering out the details in terms of what will eventually get passed, because legislative leadership in the House has been so vocal and very clear about the challenges that they see with respect to an AI bill. Thank you for that question. We've got Vance Osteen. Good to see you. What have you heard today that you anticipate courts would take note of if these maps were to pass? So if the maps were to pass, the courts would want to look at the data that the governor is relying on, the underlying data with respect to the maps. And from the House Democratic Caucus's, the Minority Caucus's initial analysis, we think that this points to a classic Tier 2 gerrymander that is illegal. And I know that's kind of getting into the weeds of things, and I don't mean to sound too wonky, but suffice it to say that when you look at the statements, let's say, that have been made around these maps, when you look at the fact that we're here just because Donald Trump requested that he wanted to keep a Republican majority in the midterms, you look at the net effect of the map, which is to eliminate half of the seats that are currently represented by Democrats. You look at it that it actually cuts out seats that are represented, or where we have racial minorities that are able to elect the candidates of their choice. It looks like they are taking the Tier 2 criteria and putting those ahead of the Tier 1 criteria, and that they have completely disregarded the fact that they're not supposed to engage in partisan gerrymandering. So I think that's what the courts would look at. I hope the courts would be able to see this for what it is. The challenge is, as we all know, that court cases can take quite some time to wind their way through the system. And so if these maps pass, there's no guarantee that the courts would be able to rectify the situation before the 2026 midterms. And you heard me say earlier that this is the sort of swamp-like behavior that people hate about politics, and it is. It makes people feel very cynical towards our politics because the public is saying that they don't want this, but you see Republicans are trying to move forward anyway. And so for all the regular citizens, just everyday Floridians who are out there, make sure that you are reaching out to your state representatives and your senators in the governor's office and letting them know that you don't want this. Force them to do it over your objection. This democracy is yours, and you have a right to defend it. Thank you for that question. From James Call. Hello, what does a trio of special sessions say about Republican governance when the legislature was unable to pass a budget during the regular session? To me, James, it says that they've lost the thread. They've lost the point of why we even do what it is that we do, which is to serve the people. We serve the people. We work for the people, not the other way around. But it seems like the Republicans have maybe been in control for so long that they've forgotten that, because now it's been more about the infighting between party leadership and not delivering real results for the people of Florida. We have one constitutional obligation, and that is to pass a balanced budget every year, and we do that during regular session. This is the second year where we've not been able to get things done. And there's not a groundswell of folks, at least in my community, who are calling for a special session on redistricting or AI or anything else. What they're asking for is what they've been asking for years, which is relief from the property insurance crisis. They're asking for affordable housing. They're asking for lower utility rates. They want us to help us with those kitchen table issues that families are struggling with right now. And so to me, what it says is that they have lost the thread. They've lost the point of all of this. They have put their own inter-party fighting and dysfunction ahead of the needs of the people of Florida, and that is wrong. And I hope that the people of Florida recognize that. And I think they do, because we just had 2 special elections where we elected Senator-elect Brian Nathan from Senate District 14 in Tampa Bay and Representative Emily Gregory down in South Florida. And, those are districts that Trump won, and I think the people are looking for change. From Nicole Linsalata, can you comment on the impact of South Florida districts, especially Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz's district? Also appears much of the easternmost parts of South Florida are included in what could be considered a red district, at least per the DeSantis map. Thank you for that question, Nicole. And yeah, what I would say about that is DeSantis's maps absolutely cuts the people's representation. It is a partisan gerrymander. We've heard rumors for months that they intended to take aim at Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz. We've been hearing all of these rumors for months. In Tampa Bay, where I represent, they've completely eradicated Congresswoman Kathy Castor's district. How is this fair? How is this fair when we have over 2/3 of the people of Florida who voted for fair districts amendments to try to stop the governor from doing the very thing that he is doing right now? It's absolutely not fair. It's saying to the people of Florida, you don't get to pick your politicians. We're going to pick you as our people, and we're not going to listen to you. Your voice doesn't matter. Who you want to elect doesn't matter. This is wrong. We went back and looked in Florida's history, and we could not find any example of us having gone through mid-decade redistricting before. And that's kind of wild when you think about it, because we've been experiencing population growth for a very long time, and never, not once, have we engaged in mid-decade redistricting. So it begs the question, why are we doing this now? And the answer, plain and simple, is that because Donald Trump wants to keep a Republican majority in the midterms, and so the Republicans in the House and Senate and in the governor's mansion are bending over backwards to please him. There's still time on the clock, though, for my colleagues across the aisle, for any of them who might be watching this. We do not have to go down this path. We can stop it. We absolutely can stop it and do the right thing for the people of Florida. Okay, Steve Litz from NBC6 is requesting to be unmuted. Steve, let me see if we can help you out with that. Lauren is on. Are you able to unmute?
Hi, thanks, Leader Driscoll. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Thanks. We appreciate the comments on South Florida. Just with respect to the total numbers here, you understand that this math would go from 20 likely Republican districts to 24 likely Republican districts. Is that the math? And then the Democrats would lose 4 reliable districts. Is that what you understand the math to be?
That is the math.
And one of those is in your area in Tampa, isn't that right?
That's right, Congresswoman Kathy Castor's district.
Sure. And it seems that this is a Central Florida, South Florida centric thing, right? Can you elaborate for me on that?
Well, as best I can tell, yeah. I mean, they're erasing Democratic representation all across the state. It clearly is partisan. It's clearly so partisan. They are contorting the data, they are contorting the Constitution to try to do this. And it is patently unfair. Yes, while it does target those regions of the state, Central and South Florida, it really is unfair to all the people of Florida, because we know that, yes, districts are geographically bound, but the people of Florida deserve to have elections and represent and choose the people that they want to represent them. And, you know, yes, you're a member of Congress for your district, but you also represent the entire state. And so it's not fair to see this diminishment when you see that 2/3 of people in the state of Florida are not Republicans. So how is it that they're going to represent the overwhelming majority of the congressional seats? It is a farce, plain and simple. And I really hope that by some miracle, we do not go through with passing this map this week. Okay, hearing nothing else from Steve, I'm going to move on to the next question.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can you specifically list the Democratic districts that are most vulnerable to this proposed plan? I do not have the list of districts in front of me by number, but I can tell you, and this is from JD Sau, I think, but I can tell you that they have eliminated the district in Tampa Bay represented by Congresswoman Kathy Castor. They have compacted and smushed all these votes together to eliminate districts in South Florida and in Central Florida, and they have taken the number of districts represented by Democrats from 8 to 4, and it is an abomination. Tom Urban, if this map were to pass and the new districts actually did vote Republican, what impact would there be if no Democrat representation in the Tampa Bay area and very little representation in Central Florida? Thank you for that question. You know, all of this just really reeks of, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, it's like they're trying to take these districts by force, because this is not what the people asked for. The people in Tampa Bay, you know, I represent in that community, and we love having Congresswoman Kathy Castor as our representative because she's effective. She gets things done. She leads in her party, but she also works across the aisle. Tampa Bay is a very diverse area, and she does a phenomenal job of representing all voices. I'm just using that as a case study. And so what's so frustrating to me is that, you know, looking at this map, if it were to pass and it were to wipe out her district, that's effectively wiping out or silencing the voices of those of us who elected her. And I know, in being from that area and representing that area, that she has support all across the political spectrum. And so it's a real shame that, you know, communities are being caught up in the crossfire, and that they're basically political casualties. And, you know, let me just echo one other sentiment, because we do not have to do this. When the governor first talked about redistricting, he said that, you know, he wanted to align with whatever the Supreme Court does in the Louisiana versus Calais case. Well, we don't have a decision yet. We do not have to do this. And we should not use the people of Florida and our democracy to gamble in this way. Florida deserves to be a state that is represented by leaders who really care and who have the best interests of the folks at heart. We don't deserve to be used as a pawn in a game of chess. And we've seen this happen with other Republican states where they have jumped to do this redistricting, and Florida does not need to follow suit. We should be leading and getting real results for the people when it comes to the affordability crisis. Claire Heddles, what do you think of Governor DeSantis's comments pointing toward plans to pressure courts to overturn the Fair District Amendment altogether? Specifically, his comments that the race-based requirements of the FDA, the Fair District Amendments, also cannot be severed from the other requirements of the FDA. The FDA was sold to the voters as a package. There was no severability provision. Thank you for that question, Claire. So the first thing that I would say is that this severability argument that the governor is trying to make is radical. We've never seen a court issue opinion with any sort of theory like this about severability with respect to this type of a constitutional amendment. That's why I say it's what they're arguing for is legal contortionism at best. It's legal fiction at worst. And then the other thing is that, you know, fair districts was really supposed to be a shield for the people of Florida, to protect us from partisan interests, to protect us from politicians like Ron DeSantis who want to play these political games with our votes. It is obnoxious and abhorrent and morally wrong, morally repugnant that he now wants to use it as a sword to silence the voices of the people. And when you think about constitutional amendments in Florida, because they have to have more than 60% of the vote, that's how you know, and you can look at the makeup of our electorate, Republicans, Democrats, and other parties, and no party affiliates, and you can see that 63% of the voters voted in favor of the Fair District amendments. That means that there were folks all across the political spectrum who thought it was a good idea and prudent to add this language to our Constitution. I don't think Ron DeSantis should be able to use that shield as a sword and to turn it against the very people of Florida who said that they wanted a fair redistricting process. From Steve Bosquet. Hey, Steve. Do you agree that every legislator who votes for this map is violating the Florida Constitution? Well, I agree that if they vote for this map, they are ignoring the Florida Constitution and that the map itself violates the Florida Constitution. And I suppose, I could put it this way, because we all do take an oath of office when we're sworn in to defend the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution. And it certainly would feel like legislators were breaking that oath if they voted in favor of this map that is so patently unconstitutional and that is based on a legal theory that has not been borne out by any United States Supreme Court decision, but instead is at the whim of the political musings of Donald Trump. Nick Carmia, you've got a question, but you're hoping to ask it by voice. Go ahead and take yourself off mute. Be happy to.
The news conference continuing as we hear from Fintrice Driscoll, the House Democratic leader in Tallahassee, speaking about the redistricting proposal that we've got a first look at today from Governor Ron DeSantis and his office, and ahead of the special session that is expected to begin tomorrow at the state capitol in Tallahassee. So we are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we will have much more coverage ahead. We are still monitoring outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., where the White House Correspondents Dinner shooting suspect expected to make an initial appearance. We're also getting ready for a news conference at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, where we're going to hear from the sheriff and some other officials about a large drug takedown. So we'll have that for you coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. I'm Garrett Weimer. We appreciate you joining us. As you see, things look a little bit different. We are in our new streaming studio, and we appreciate you joining us. I want to get you right to a news conference at the Orange County Sheriff's Office getting underway right now. This is Orange County Sheriff John Mina getting ready to give an update on how his agency, how MBI, the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigations, and some federal officials as well, took down and dismantled a major drug trafficking organization here in Central Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
The group of traffickers received the cocaine through the mail. Then once here, they would distribute the cocaine in vehicles, in hidden compartments, otherwise known as traps, hence the name of the operation. It's a trap to distribute to the rest of their customers and dealers. So far, this investigation has resulted in multiple search warrants, with the recovery of over 6 kilos of cocaine, $1.1 million, and nearly 30 firearms. And the investigation is the result of a successful collaboration from multiple agencies throughout Central Florida. Of course, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the United States Postal Inspection Service, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Homeland Security. We also have members from St. Pete Police Department, and also Clearwater Police Department, and it's also touched Polk County as well. So there's a huge collaboration with all those agencies, and I can tell you that anytime we take down a drug trafficking organization like this and recover this amount of cocaine and the amount of money and firearms, the Central Florida area is definitely safer. So to tell you a little bit more about the investigation and some more details, I'm going to hand it over to the Director of MBI, Jose Ramirez. Jose.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today. Like the sheriff said, this is a good day for law enforcement. To me, it's more about showing the community that law enforcement works together. That, yes, we got all these drugs and all these firearms from the streets, but for me, it's more about, because of the actions of all the law enforcement agencies that are here today, we are contributing to the communities by eliminating those guys that are fueling addiction, they're fueling violence. And this is a great example of how all these agencies behind me, MBI, the federal agencies, statewide prosecution office, the Office of the State Attorney's Office, all of them working together to provide to you a safer community. I think I can open myself for questions now, unless regarding the case, because I think the sheriff covers majority of the information that can be released at this point. Any questions?
Can you tell us a little bit about the suspects? I see that the 2 photos at top. I mean, are those the ringleaders?
Correct. And I'm going to bring Lieutenant, the commander from the narcotics unit, so he can give you more specifics about the people on the pictures.
So to answer your questions, the family, the 2 top members are family members. They were the ringleaders identified in Central Florida, correct?
What was the name of the organization? Did they have that?
No specific name. They just work together collaboratively.
I believe the sheriff said this was getting sent through the mail. So how about they went to the postal inspection, how did detect some of these illicit drugs coming in through the mail?
They were using various parcel services to send the packages from Puerto Rico here, so it wasn't specifically just the one carrier service. They used multiple.
You mentioned cocaine. Was any fentanyl or anything else illicit found? Was this just strictly a cocaine dealing operation?
That is correct. Any additional questions?
How did this investigation get started? What tipped you off as to what was happening?
So we got information from a confidential informant about this case, and 8 months ago we started looking into the case, and through various investigative means we were able to disrupt this organization.
Are you anticipating additional arrests in Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Okay. there are still people wanted in Puerto Rico?
There's currently one person wanted in this case, and we're still looking at other individuals.
With the amount of drugs that was seized, plus the amount of firearms, I think over 30 firearms and 6 kilos of coke, how much safer is Central Florida?
Well, I think anytime you look at 30 guns, it's pretty significant. We all know that whenever there's guns and drugs, it usually involves in violence. So I think it was significant impact.
Have any of these guns been tied to other crimes in the area?
We're still looking into that.
Everybody good? Is someone here from the specific charges? Is someone here from the prosecutor's office?
We can get you a list of charges afterwards. Yeah, we can definitely do that. I'll also be sending electronically that poster to you guys like that. Everybody good?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, everybody.
Take that. I need that. I need that.
You guys can pray for a few minutes. We'll be back.
So a brief news conference there at the Orange County Sheriff's Office where they were talking about this dismantling of a major drug trafficking organization. They talked about all the cocaine that they were able to recover from that organization, a number of agencies involved in that. And that was the Orange County Sheriff, John Mina, the Director of the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation, Jose Ramirez, some other officials as well, part of that news conference. So they talked about all the work and how this kind of case first got on their radar as well. Speaking of things on our radar, we've got a number of things that we are tracking this hour and some other things that we've got coming up for you here on Florida Live this afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., where we are expecting some more details shortly. Actually, I'll give you an update. Breaking news here. The hearing just wrapped up for the White House Correspondents Dinner shooting suspect who was in court just minutes ago. That hearing has now come to an end. Cole Allen facing 3 counts that he's being charged with. Count 1 being attempt to assassinate the President of the United States. That is a crime that, if convicted, he could spend up to life in prison. The second count is transporting a firearm across state lines. That is a crime that would carry with it a penalty of 10 years behind bars and a $250,000 fine. Count 3, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. The mandatory minimum on that is 10 years. So an initial appearance in federal court in Washington, D.C. Cole Allen, again, charged in connection with the shooting at the White House Correspondents Dinner over the weekend. You may remember this surveillance video showing what investigators say is Cole Allen trying to just race past the security checkpoint before engaging with the Secret Service federal agents there. A scary scene there on Saturday night. President Trump was there and had to be escorted out, as were a number of other high-level agency administration officials. So we are learning now that after that hearing, the next steps in this, the suspect Cole Allen due back in court later this month. Later this week, I should say, for a detention hearing. That is Thursday, April 30th, scheduled for 11 a.m. And then a preliminary hearing coming up in a couple of weeks. That would be May 11th that afternoon. So that is the update on that this afternoon. This is the stakeout camera outside. You can see a lot of reporters who were inside there. Federal court, again, just a reminder, you can't have cameras. In most cases, you can't even have your phone. So reporters who were inside that courtroom now coming out. We also have a number of microphones there kind of staking out the scene in case that attorneys have anything to say coming out of this. So we'll keep an eye on this scene. The judge currently holding the White House Correspondents Association shooting suspect in custody right now ahead of that detention hearing that is scheduled for later this week. So we'll keep an eye on that. We are Also monitoring a number of other things that we've got coming up for you. We're going to be talking more about redistricting because today we got our first look at the new voting maps from the governor's office that he drew and has released today ahead of the start of the redistricting special session that is set to begin tomorrow. We've talked about it quite a bit today if you've been with us on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll have more to come on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also, let me give you a live look right now, Kia Center, just a few hours away from tip-off in Game 4, first round of the playoffs between the Orlando Magic and the Detroit Pistons. The Magic with a huge win over the weekend at home to pull ahead in this series, and so big game coming up tonight. We are going to talk with the Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty coming up at the bottom of the hour. So we are just getting started here on Florida Live on this Monday afternoon. We got a lot more to get to. Keep it right here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from their newsroom in Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we're learning a lot more about the death investigation of two University of South Florida doctoral students. Newly released court documents are providing disturbing new details, and authorities say that evidence quickly pointed to 26-year-old Hisham Abu Garbe, who was the roommate of victim Zamil Limon. Detectives used cell phone data, license plate readers, and evidence from the suspect's car to track his movements, eventually leading them to Limon's body. Now, Limon was discovered in heavy-duty trash bags near the Howard Franklin Bridge on Friday morning. Investigators say those bags matched similar ones found under the suspect's bed in the apartment that he shared with Limon. According to the criminal complaint, detectives believe Limon was stabbed to death. Now, documents suggest that the crime was premeditated, noting that the days before the victims were last seen, Abu Ghraib allegedly purchased trash bags, cleaning supplies, duct tape, as well as air freshener. And what's even more chilling, prosecutors say that the suspect used an AI chatbot to search for information on how to dispose of a body and how to avoid being caught. Other search queries allegedly include whether a person could survive a gunshot to the head, if neighbors could hear gunfire, and how to change a vehicle's VIN number. Investigators found extensive physical evidence at that apartment, including blood belonging to both Limon as well as a second victim, Nahida Bristi. Personal items, including Limon's wallet and student ID, were also recovered from a trash compactor. Abu Ghraib was arrested Friday following a standoff at his parents' home. Now, while a second body was discovered in North St. Petersburg yesterday, it has not been formally identified. However, investigators say they do believe Nahida Bristi is not still alive. Abu Ghraib has changed his story multiple times during questioning and also has a history of battery as well as domestic violence. The victims' families are now calling for accountability, specifically questioning the safety and screening processes at the Avalon Heights apartment complex. They are asking why a roommate was assigned without proper background checks and why university officials did not take a more urgent approach following previous complaints about this suspect. Garrett?
Disturbing details coming out of this, even as it continues to develop. I know there are still so many things we don't know, but this has just been a sad case, really, to track as this information has developed and developed pretty quickly, over the past few days.
Yes, we're definitely learning. These details are very disturbing. And again, we still don't have a motive. We don't know why the suspect is accused of killing these two USF doctoral students. So we still have a lot more questions, and I'm sure a lot more details will come out as this investigation unfolds.
All right, next in our Tampa connection, Nancy, we know a businessman now behind bars. What's going on there?
Yeah, this has been getting a lot of clicks on our website. So businessman Michael Martin began building a guest house as well as a pool and a pickleball court back in 2021. Now, while the city of Tampa issued the necessary building permits, neighbors immediately questioned the project, arguing that the land was designated as a non-buildable lot. Now, that dispute sparked 5 years of litigation. Now, through multiple court appearances and 7 different judges, the legal rulings have consistently favored the neighbors, with a judge ultimately ordering the demolition of the entire project. Now, Martin's attorneys say he invested roughly $1 million into the property and followed all official procedures by seeking city approval. And because the cost of the demolition is estimated to be $800,000, Martin refused to tear down the structure while his appeals were still active. And as a result, he was held in contempt of court and was put in jail without bond. His legal team is now asking the city to replot the land to make it buildable, which would allow the structures to remain. Meanwhile, supporters gathered on West Shore Boulevard last week to protest the situation, calling for Martin's release and demanding changes to the city's permitting system. Now, the city of Tampa says it cannot comment on this case due to ongoing litigation. An appeals court is now reviewing whether the judge's decision to order the demolition was correct. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, search efforts continuing on Lake Jackson. What's the latest?
Yeah, this is out in Sebring, which is in Highlands County, and the search began last night after people reported seeing 2 people who were either snorkeling or diving near the city beach pier, but they never returned back to land. Multiple agencies, including the Sebring Police and Fire Departments, the Highlands County Sheriff's Office, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Polk County Sheriff's Office have been working through the night and throughout today to locate them. Authorities are urging everyone everyone to avoid the area while emergency crews remain on scene. They're also asking residents not to fly personal drones in the vicinity because it interferes with ongoing search operations. Investigators are also asking the public's help to account for everybody who may have been on the water yesterday. They say if you were swimming or diving on the east side of Lake Jackson between the Sebring Elks Lodge and the city pier between 6 and 8 o'clock last night and have since left, they are asking you to please contact the non-emergency central dispatch at 863-402-7200. Additionally, authorities are asking people to check in on family, friends, or co-workers who may have been out at Lake Jackson yesterday evening. Now, if you know somebody who was out at that lake last night and they were expected to return, but they have not returned home, or they failed to show up for work, you are being asked to contact authorities immediately, as they do not know the identities of these two people who were either snorkeling or diving and did not surface from Lake Jackson yesterday.
All right, a sad situation there as well. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast. TJ, we are happy to have you in here today.
It's so nice to be in here in the new digs.
I know.
It's
kind of
beautiful.
Nice. It is.
It feels like a brand new house. I'm like, wow, this is wonderful.
A big improvement.
Yeah,
there's
sure.
No doubt about that. So
Lots of tools.
A lot of tools. We're going to be showing you more, everybody, over the next few days and weeks as we kind of phase in some more of those tools and capabilities that we do have. So yeah, we're really excited about it. One thing I was not excited about was over the weekend seeing the humidity come back. Brutal. After we really hadn't had to deal with it that much for a while.
Last week it was refreshing, it was great, and it felt like summer. It felt like we walked right into July. I'm like, nope, I'm not ready, Garrett. I'm not ready right now.
Yeah, I think we all kind of felt that way. So what are we looking at on the radar this afternoon?
So we are tracking some showers. It's a touch less humid today compared to what we had over the weekend. We still have that onshore flow, and that's what's driving this potential for a few showers. We've seen these really favoring areas around Orlando and east across Brevard County and Volusia County. Seeing some of those right now, kind of hugging I-95, getting through central and southern Osceola County. And we also have a couple of showers up closer to Oak Hill, central Volusia County, and they're all kind of working from the northeast to the southwest across the peninsula, now getting closer to the metro, eventually seeing some of these work into Lake County. But it's not a washout of a day, and we've seen that sunshine peeking out even though it gets kind of dark from time to time. We can see that sunshine there in Melbourne. A little breezy out there behind this system that moved through over the weekend. It's certainly keeping temperatures a little cooler near the coast, only in the 70s in Daytona Beach, but inland Orlando, out to Leesburg and Bushnell sitting in the low to mid 80s. And overnight we'll be able to fall back toward somewhat seasonable levels, but overall not expecting a ton of moisture after seeing these showers. We're back in the low to mid 60s, 70s, a little milder near the coast, and then 40 tomorrow. We start to feel that heat return, and I think, Garrett, that's probably going to be our more noticeable thing. Rain chances today, again, staying somewhat low, around 20%, but I'd say the heat takes center stage. That's our big theme as we progress through the next couple of days. We'll see these showers fade away tonight, and it looks a little bit drier as we head through our Tuesday and Wednesday as this ridge of high pressure starts to build back in, and that's what's going to keep the heat building. And I think overall, aside from maybe a sprinkle near the coast with the sea breeze, it looks like a drier stretch as we head through Tuesday, Wednesday, and you can see the shades of oranges and reds. That's the warmth building, and it looks like we're going to have temperatures back in the 90s. Garrett, we are watching a cold front that finally looks to bring a nice chance of rain, a more meaningful chance of rain, which I know we've been talking about for weeks now, months really. It looks like that's going to arrive on Sunday with a cold front. So that looks to knock our temps back, kind of erases the heat, erases the 90s for at least a little while.
Yeah, so and kind of until then, those chances of rain, just a little more hit and miss?
Yeah, I feel like hit or miss today, and I really think on Tuesday, aside from that sprinkle threat, I'd say mainly dry, but then another system tries to work our way on Thursday, so that could bring us a couple of showers, maybe a storm. But again, I feel like over the weekend, some places got downpours, other places didn't see any rain. So I feel like it's kind of that theme.
Yeah, I was at Disney yesterday with my nephew, who we were able to surprise.
I got so excited. I was like seeing some of the photos. I was like, this is great.
Yeah, we had a good time. But it did rain at one point, kind of right in the middle of the day. Thankfully, I was undercover for the whole thing. We were the next ones to get on Slinky Dog Dash.
Okay.
And they had to stop it because of lightning, and that was right as the rain was coming down. So it had to wait a little bit, but got to stay dry the whole time.
That's great. And you still got to ride it, I hope.
Still got to ride
Good.
it. Just
okay.
About 10 or 15 minutes, and then everything passed. The rain went away, and we got to ride it. So it was good.
It's funny, we were at the beach on Saturday, and in the midst of all the Jeeps, we saw a couple of sprinkles, but it got threatening, but we really missed a lot of it. It looked like it was really going to let loose, but it was pretty good, at least where we were. So
you always like that when you can luck out and kind of avoid that. Although like you said, we know we need this rain. I was sitting there saying, I hope it's raining at my house.
Mm-hmm. I said the same thing multiple times, and it looked dry as a bone when we got home. I'm like, well, that's a shame. I was watching the radar. I'm like, yeah, I think it's missing us all right now.
But more chances for rain coming this week, and brace for those 90s for several days in that 7-day forecast.
I feel like having the rain, some more chances, and the heat. I feel like it's a little bit of a summertime preview for us this week. Once again.
That's a good way of looking at it there. A Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. Always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Kia Center. We are, let me do the math, 5.5 hours away from tip-off. Yeah, I'm getting nods from producers in the room. That must mean I did it right. 5.5 hours from tip-off, Magic and the Pistons, Game 4. Big game tonight for the Orlando Magic. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We still have quite a bit of show left. Keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35, and we'll be right back with more Florida Live. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. All right, so we want to know how you are feeling about the Orlando Magic. Like we talked about, a big game tonight. It's game 4 in that series between the 8-seed Magic and the 1-seed Detroit Pistons. So let us know how you're feeling. The Magic are up 2-1 right now. Do you think that may just be a little sleight of hand or an illusion? Are the Magic going to end up losing to the Pistons? Are you hopeful for the W? Or are you saying Magic are taking this series in 5? We want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. It looks like we've got some confident votes coming in early on. There we go, 100% so far saying Magic in 5. We would love to see it. There is no doubt about that. Give you a live look at Kia Center. Again, tip-off tonight scheduled for 8 o'clock. We have seen some good performances from this Magic team, a team that has certainly struggled at times this season, but games 1 and game 3 pulling out some big wins there. That games 2, we don't talk too much about that. That was a little bit of the relic of some of the team that we saw during the regular season, where things were close until all of a sudden they really were not at all. But we want to know how you're feeling now heading into game 4 tonight. Again, scan that QR code that you see on your screen, or you can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and vote as well in the Fox Local app. We did just hear from head coach Jamal Mosley just a little bit ago, speaking at the shoot-around, and here's what he said about the game tonight.
Coach, after looking at game 3, what kind of mindset do you want your team heading into in game 4, and some of the things that you'd like to clean up?
Yeah, I think, rebounding obviously being one big portion of it. They got a lot of easy transition baskets, off of our shot selection and some of our quality shots. But just, again, doing all those things without fouling and working on keeping them out of the paint as best as possible.
In the situations when Wendell has been ISO'd on as a defender on the paint, how strong a job has he done in those instances, particularly with his patience and not his talent?
I think just understanding Cade's tendencies, I think that's been very important. And not just, what Wendell has done on him, but, he's got to make sure we see a crowd behind him. Cade is such a great player that he finds gaps, he finds seams, he finds angles. So just being able to make the lane look crowded and be crowded, when our guys are isolated versus him is so important.
It's impossible to stop any great player. What changed in that fourth quarter run where he hit more consecutive shots?
I think that the angles of the pick and roll happened. There was a little bit more switching. They spread us out a little further. So our ability just, again, go to be in those gaps earlier on. And sometimes it's about not even giving into the switch depending on who's guarding him. But again, it's got to be more of a crowd, tighter paint, in that situation, because he's a great player, is find a way to get downhill, and that's what he does in fourth quarters.
You mentioned the composure that your team has shown throughout this playoff series so far. It's something that's been building. When you think back, are there specific moments in the regular season you go to as, that has helped us get to this level?
Well, I think the experience of the regular season helps you get to the point that you're in now, because you can always revert back to and understand what you did in a certain scenario. End of game situations, whether that's what player we're running to get the right shot that we want at the end of the game. How do we get the ball in bounds in a certain scenario? All of those things have played a part in being the communication that has been huge with our guys in huddles, after free throws. I think those are all pieces that we all continue to lean on.
Is there something different about head coach Jamal Mosley speaking with reporters at shoot-around earlier today? Pleased to be joined live this afternoon by Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty, joining us live via Zoom. Jason, always enjoy talking basketball with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a huge one tonight at Kia Center, for sure.
It is. And Jason, who would have thought that we'd be talking about a game 4 tonight at Kia Center with the Magic up in this series 2-1. I knowing what we know about this team and how they finished kind of the regular season and how they played in the play-in. Who saw this coming?
Yeah, not many people outside the locker room. I'll say that. The Magic have had full belief in themselves since the postseason began, and in their minds, they've described it and continue to describe it as a new season, new energy, however they want to, say it. That's the way they've looked at this. And, whatever happened in those 82 games in the regular season and even the 83rd game in the playing game against Philadelphia, that's behind them. They can't do anything about that anymore. And that's the mindset they've had. And it's worked well so far. I mean, up 2-1, the chance to go up 3-1. It's been a remarkable turnaround, but for whatever reason, it's working now for them really well.
Yeah, what stands out to you about the things that they have done well in these 2 wins against the Pistons in this series?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing has just been their ability to withstand runs. That's something that didn't happen in Game 2, of course, when Detroit took control in that third quarter and never looked back after losing Game 1. But in Game 1, when Detroit tied the game at 65 late, Orlando responded, and in Game 3 at home, back and forth battle, they're up 17 in the fourth quarter, and here comes Cade Cunningham and the Pistons, and they actually take the lead at 105-104 late, and Orlando ends the game on a 9-0 run. So that was something we had not seen a whole lot of in the regular season, where the Magic would get this double-digit lead, maybe even 20 points up on an opponent, and right as a team makes that run or takes the lead or whatever it is, the team had crumbled in the past, and that's something that has been such a difference in this series, really. Just their consistent energy, their consistent effort. They've always said the right things, talking about playing the full 48 minutes, but we hadn't really seen it yet from this team until this playoff series. So that's what's really stood out to me the most, just the fact that they've been able to withstand runs at times and really play a full 48 minutes.
What do you make of what we've seen from Paolo on the court?
Yeah, I mean, look, that three that he got to bounce in like that was pretty special. I mean, he talked about it in Philadelphia that the basketball gods, in his mind, don't reward when you hesitate. So he shot that ball with a lot of confidence, and he in his words, he said he was blessed by the basketball gods for that to bounce in. But even beyond that shot, I think Paolo is a playoff riser. We've seen it now 3 years in a row. He really knows how to turn up another level in the playoffs. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So that's the biggest thing from Paolo. I think just his ability to set the tone early, get downhill, get to the free throw line, slow the game down, and really just make the right decisions. Like, that's been the biggest thing with Paolo this year is, finding open teammates when double teams do send their way. And then also the ability to, get to his spots and attack and shoot with confidence and play confidently and make quick decisions and also defend at a high level. Like, that's been the other thing with this series that, Paolo, Franz, a lot of these guys, Jalen Suggs are playing so physically on defense that it's really disrupting what Detroit's trying to do.
What are your keys tonight? What keys to the game for a Magic win? What do you think is important for them to do if they're going to go up 3-1 in this series?
Yeah, I think it's just playing with a level of desperation. Obviously, if they win, they go up 3-1. So Detroit wants to avoid that. But on the other side of that is the fact that if the Magic do lose, it's 2-2. You say, well, you have 3 games left. Well, that means you're going to have to win another game on the road in order to win this series. It then becomes the best of 3 with 2 at Detroit. So that's a situation that, just as much as Detroit wants to avoid falling down 3-1, Orlando wants to avoid going back to Detroit on Wednesday at 2-2. And so in order for that to happen, of course, they need to take care of the ball. There were multiple instances where I thought they got a little lackadaisical inbounding the ball, quick little steals that led to layups. And in a game where possessions are so important and a single basket can change the tide of a game, you just can't give up those sorts of things. So taking care of the ball and forcing turnovers themselves to limit those possessions away from the Pistons will be key.
Well, you've got to think the Pistons are going to really be ready to come out and hoping to kind of punch back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they understand that, if they end up losing the series as the number 1 seed, the team that won 60 games in the regular season, that had an MVP type candidate in Cade Cunningham, most improved type player in Jalen Duren, who hasn't done much this series yet, that would be extremely embarrassing for themselves. So as great of a story it is for the Magic, Detroit also doesn't want to fall down that way. And they're going to bring it. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I know tonight's going to be probably the most physical, most aggressive game. And they're going to be fighting for their lives because they understand that, teams that go up 3-1 win the series like 95% of the time. So it's not exactly a series clinching win, right? Because you got to get to 4. That'll be as hard as tonight will be for the Magic. If they can get up 3-1, getting that 4th win will be even more challenging. But it certainly puts themselves in a commanding spot if Orlando is able to pull this off. So I'm expecting, a lot of energy throughout the entire night from Detroit.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. We hope the fans show up and are loud tonight at Kia Center. Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty, we appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And to give you another live look right now, again, tip-off on that one scheduled for 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look right now, tracking the arrival of the British royals, King Charles III and Camilla, landing at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland for their state visit. We'll hear more from them throughout the week. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. You can see the plane there with the Union Jack and an American flag as well, sticking out of the cockpit on there. This is the royal plane that is carrying King Charles and Queen Camilla. They are making the first visit of a British monarch to the United States since 2007. And they have a busy schedule after they arrive. They're going to be here over the next 4 days, part of celebrations of the 250th anniversary of America's independence. This is a live look right now, Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. This is the military base where we see Air Force One fly in and out of, a number of dignitaries landing here because of the security and the abilities of this base to handle large aircraft and a number of logistical things. So we are getting ready to see the King and the Queen making their arrival. Again, this is coming just a couple of days after there have been a lot of questions raised about security in our nation's capital and surrounding President Trump after the shooting at the White House Correspondents Dinner on Saturday. We heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in the 1 o'clock hour. She spoke in a press briefing that we brought you live on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today, where she addressed many of those concerns and talked about a number of things here. In the Fox News reporting that Buckingham Palace had released a statement saying they are still moving forward with their plan, with their trip here, their state visit as planned. Despite that, they said that statement saying the King and Queen most grateful to all those who have worked at pace to ensure this remains the case and are looking forward to the visit getting underway. Their first stop, of course, Washington, D.C. The royals going to be greeted by President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump with a private tea time at the White House a little bit later this afternoon. There's going to be a garden party, a ceremonial military review, a bilateral meeting as well between the president and the king. You can see out the back door of the plane much of the traveling entourage, likely some reporters as well, part of that. Before we see the king and queen, who will emerge from that front door and go down those steps that we saw at the front of the plane. There's also going to be a state dinner held this week at the White House, hosted by President Trump and the First Lady. And then before the king and queen leave Washington, they are also expected to lay a wreath and flowers in honor of the fallen at a cemetery, recognizing the military alliance between the United States and the United Kingdom. So it's a 4-day visit that they are going to be stateside here. They are also expected not only to visit our nation's capital, but also to travel to New York. And there, Buckingham Palace says they are going to have some events and do some things that reflect the modern relationship between the United Kingdom and the U.S. And they say some of those things include strong economic and cultural ties. Then they're also going to celebrate some community initiatives, visit an organization that teaches kids affected by food insecurity how to farm sustainably. Going to hold an event for the Queen's Reading Room, as well as an event with business and financial leaders representing what they say is, quote, the breadth of the economic relationship driving growth in the UK and the US. We also know that the monarchs are going to visit first responders and families of those who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001. Of course, later this year will mark the 25th anniversary of those attacks as we see a red carpet rolled out at the bottom of the stairs there for this very special occasion here. The crowd gathering, a number of military personnel at the scene as well. I'm going to open up the audio too, so you can hear just some of that ambient noise there that we are hearing. And as soon as we get sight of them, we will just make it so that you can hear what is going on. Trying to see if we can identify any of those people there. But waiting for the king and the queen to come out. We're talking about their visit to not just Washington, D.C., but also New York. Meeting with first responders, meeting with families who lost their lives in the terrorist attacks on September 11th, and then also going to meet with some other organizations there. They are also going to travel to Virginia, so covering a number of states in this visit. Going to meet with some community organizations there. Actually going to attend some performances from local Appalachian groups as well, and attend what's described as a block party to celebrate America's 250th birthday. So it is a jam-packed itinerary for King Charles and Queen Camilla. They're going to visit a national park, visit a farm, and learn about America's horse racing industry, which has a number of connections with the sport across the pond in the United Kingdom as well. To listen in here. The door is opening. Let's just listen in for a minute here and see if we're going to get to see them emerge right now. see the flags getting into to place as well right now as they prepare for some of those marks being called out. And here we are. Let's listen in. Crowley, who is the head of the America 250 events and organization committee, I should say, at the head there, greeting the king and the queen. And now they are shaking hands, walking down the red carpet. We'll go ahead and listen back in. The king appears to be in no hurry here, shaking each hand as he walks by, saying a word to them as well. A rendition of My Country, 'Tis of Thee. The national anthem greeting at this ceremony at the Joint Base Andrews and the tarmac there. King Charles, Queen Camilla being greeted by Monica Crowley, the head of the America 250 committee, ahead of a busy visit in Washington, D.C. and a number of other places across the country. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I do have a quick update for you. We just got some new numbers from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, an update on that news conference that we heard earlier today. They're now saying the total number of kilos of cocaine that they recovered in this operation is 40. They say the 6 kilo number refers only to the search warrants that were executed, but in total more than 40 kilos recovered over the course of that operation. So just to give you an even better idea of the scale of that operation and the drugs that were recovered because of it. We are coming up on 3 o'clock and just about out of time here on Florida Live, but I want to give you a live look right now where we are at the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where we're expecting any minute now a news conference and an update from the Department of Justice, from the FBI, giving an update on the White House Correspondents Dinner shooting. We know the suspect was in federal court earlier this hour, where he has been charged with 3 different counts. We expect to hear from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and also FBI Director Kash Patel speaking at this news conference. We are going to bring this to you live on Fox 35 News Plus. As our live streaming news coverage continues, you will be able to watch it there in full as soon as it begins. So you can join us for that coming up in just a minute. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are getting ready for a news conference any minute now, where we expect to hear from the acting Attorney General and the FBI Director speaking at the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where they are going to give an update on the investigation into the shooting at the White House Correspondents Dinner on Saturday. We know just a little bit ago, over the past hour, that the suspect in that shooting, Cole Allen, was in court, in federal court in Washington, D.C. So we don't have video of that hearing for you, because camera's not allowed inside there, but we know Cole Allen is now facing 3 counts. Those counts being attempt to assassinate the President of the United States. That is count 1. Let me see here. Count 2, if I can pull up the graphic for you, transporting firearms across state lines. And count 3, being discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. And each of those counts carries with it its own penalties. So I want to kind of lay those out for you as well. The count 1 that you see there, that would carries a potential penalty of up to life in prison. That's the maximum on that. Count 2, 10 years, $250,000 fine. Count 3 has a mandatory minimum of 10 years as well. So various very serious charges that suspect is facing. And again, we are expecting to hear from officials with the FBI, with the Department of Justice, talking about where things stand with this investigation. There were a lot of questions about this in the White House press briefing as well. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking questions from reporters a little bit ago and talking about this case. Let me just show you again the video that kind of shows the initial confrontation, as investigators say that suspect ran through, trying to charge through the security checkpoint. They say he was armed with a shotgun, with a handgun, and tried to charge through there before he was taken down in an exchange of gunfire with federal agents. One of those agents, we're told, was hit in the chest, but they are expected to be okay because they're a bulletproof vest. So again, you can just see some of that scene, these images as well, showing the suspect taken to the ground. Donald Trump posted these on Truth Social over the weekend. It was actually that night that he posted them, right before he walked out of the press briefing room in the White House and spoke and answered a number of questions himself. So we are waiting for an update on this. Again, we will bring you this news conference live when it does begin. We will bring that to you in full right here as well. So we're hoping that this will get underway shortly. We are also tracking a number of other things as well this afternoon that I want to let you know about. Keeping an eye on Tallahassee this afternoon ahead of a special session that's scheduled to begin tomorrow, specifically looking at redistricting, at artificial intelligence, and also looking at vaccine exemptions. So we've talked a little bit about redistricting and the maps that we got our first look at today from the governor's office. We're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes while we wait on that news conference to start. We also did just hear from the Attorney General, James Uthmeier, who posted on social media talking about some of the AI protections that he hopes lawmakers will approve this week, talking about the need for those. Here's what the Attorney General said in a post on social media, not on Truth Social, on Twitter though, just a few minutes ago.
This week, the Florida legislature is returning to Tallahassee for a special session to include, among other items, efforts to regulate AI and big tech. Look, at the end of the day, technology is a good thing. It can be there to help and support mankind, but we cannot allow it to be abused to hurt our children. We recently discovered that in the tragic Florida State University shooting, the murderer consulted ChatGPT OpenAI for advice before carrying out this heinous act. This week, today, I announced a criminal investigation into OpenAI over the murders of 2 USF students, where the primary suspect consulted ChatGPT before this tragedy took place. There's evidence that AI has been used to create and share child pornography, to commit other crimes, and it's been used by young people before they've committed self-harm or suicide. At the end of the day, we must ensure that big tech is protecting our children at all costs, and that we keep parents involved. When it comes to the privacy and personal data of our young people, we need to make sure that parents have access and control over that data. So I commend the legislature on coming back to address these important issues. I'm here to support them however necessary. And at the end of the day, let's all work together to protect our kids.
That was the Attorney General talking about the AI Bill of Rights legislation that did not pass during the regular session, but was part of the governor's proclamation and one of the things that he wants lawmakers to consider when they gavel in starting tomorrow. Let me give you another live look right now at the Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. We're expecting this briefing to begin any minute now. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will get you right to this as soon as it begins. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. We are just now seeing the images on the poster boards that were just turned around while we were in break there, and are waiting for the start of this news conference. You can see those poster boards saying U.S. Attorney's Office. We saw a handgun there, looking at a knife or multiple knives, it appears there. The large poster that's on the other side, if this camera were to pan to the right, you would see a rifle, it appears, a long gun of some sort. There you go. That's the shotgun, it appears, actually, that is in that image with the, it says U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. We may also hear then from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro at this briefing. We expect this to begin any minute now, where officials are going to lay out the latest in the investigation into the shooting at the White House Correspondents Dinner. We know President Donald Trump was there. We know Vice President J.D. Vance was there. We know there were a number of cabinet officials, administration officials who were at that dinner over the weekend, when you have by now seen this video showing who investigators say is Cole Allen trying to rush past security at the checkpoint there at the Washington Hilton Hotel, where that dinner was taking place. We should note that checkpoint was inside the building, but was not on the same level as the ballroom where this dinner was being held, where these officials were in place. And so some distance away from the president and the other protectees of the U.S. Secret Service. There's Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
Night, as you all know, an act of violence occurred at a gathering that symbolizes something fundamental to our system of government: the ability of a free press and public officials to come together in celebration and not fear. The act was stopped because of the courage and that horrible act was stopped because of the courage and professionalism of law enforcement. The officers who responded without hesitation and did their jobs as they were trained to do. Secret Service agents promptly tackled and detained the suspect, Cole Thomas Allen. The president and all the protectees and participants at the dinner were safe. One brave officer was injured and is receiving care and has been released from the hospital. I want to make this clear. This man was a floor above the ballroom with hundreds of federal agents between him and the President of the United States. The Department of Justice approaches incidents like this with urgency and clarity of purpose. Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States. We are investigating this matter fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain. But we also should recognize what did not happen. Law enforcement did not fail. They did exactly what they are trained to do. This was not an accident. It was the result, as we know now, of preparation. But the men and women who protected us that night were trained, professional, and had an enduring commitment to the rule of law. Today, the Department of Justice filed 3 federal charges in United States District Court against Cole Thomas Allen. The first count is attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This count is punishable by up to life in prison. The second count is interstate transportation of a firearm to commit a felony. This is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. And the third count is discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, which is punishable by a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 10 years, a maximum of life, and the 10 years is consecutive to any other sentence imposed. Just to go through very quickly the timeline, which many of you in this room already know. The defendant, Allen, made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for April 24th through April 26th. On April 21st of this year, he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. On April 24th, he arrived in Washington, D.C. at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon and checked into the Washington Hilton. Approximately at 8:40 on the night of April 25th, Allen approached a security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel, which is again a floor above where the dinner was taking place. He ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. One Secret Service officer was shot in the chest, but was wearing a ballistic vest that worked. This heroic officer who was hit fired 5 times at Allen, who was not shot but fell to the ground and was promptly arrested. I want to thank everybody who worked tirelessly on Saturday, Sunday, and continuing today. This includes members of the FBI, and Director Patel is going to address that in a minute. It includes members of the Metropolitan Police Department who were immediately on the scene, the chief, the mayor, to make sure that law enforcement was available to do their jobs and had all the tools they needed to do so. And lastly, the United States Attorney's Office here in D.C., our U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro and her team. Prosecutors stayed up all night long, didn't sleep all day yesterday, making sure that we got what we needed from all over the country. It included search warrants in California, search warrants here in D.C., multiple interviews that have been conducted already of witnesses and of family members of the charged individual, and continue to work hard today. This investigation is ongoing. It's not complete. A lot of the information that the media is hearing through leaks or sources, some of it is true, some of it is not true, and at the right time, you will hear information from us as appropriate. I'd like to ask our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, to say a few words, and then followed by Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Cole Allen's journey of accountability in the criminal justice system starts today. Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate. And as the Attorney General has just indicated, it could have been so much worse, but for the reality that we had the Secret Service as well as the Metropolitan Police Department and the FBI. Now, the facts make it very clear what this intent was. You may recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, that's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast, from his home near LA. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd, and has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the president and the first lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom. And thank goodness, law enforcement, the Secret Service, was able to prevent him from getting into that ballroom. He was not injured other than some kind of scrape on his knee. Now, as indicated, these are the weapons that the defendant had on his person. You can see that's a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun. It's a .38 semi-automatic. He had at least 3 knives and all kinds of paraphernalia. So any suggestion that he wasn't there to do harm is absurd. We will prove when he purchased these guns. They were purchased in California. Why is that relevant? It is relevant because he crossed interstate lines with those firearms. And those are the firearms that he used on the night of the 25th, or attempted to use at the very least. Now, the manifesto also makes clear about his expected rules of engagement. You know, you can look at it and read it, and it may seem kind of la, but at the end, make no mistake, he says, I am targeting the administration officials. They are my targets, and I'm prioritizing from the top down, the highest ranking from the lowest. And I will not hesitate to get involved in any kind of encounter with anyone who blocks me from the president. Now, finally, let me say one thing. Within days of the president nominating me to be the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, I was at the scene of a double homicide where one Elias Rodriguez crossed state lines from Chicago with a firearm to commit a felony in the district. He's now indicted for the murder of 2 individuals, Laron Lashimsky and Sarah Milgram, here in Washington. Not long after that, another individual, Ramanullah Lachenwall, crossed state lines, again with a firearm, with intent to commit a felony here in Washington. He traveled from the state of Washington. He is now indicted with the murder of Sarah Beckstrom, a National Guardsman, and the attempted murder of National Guard Andrew Wolf. Today, we have Cole Allen, another individual, charged with crossing state lines coming from California with a firearm with the intent to commit a felony here in the district. Let this be a message to anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence. And if you are willing to do so with a firearm and cross state lines, we will find you, we will track your steps from the inception of your plan, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Washington, D.C. is not the place to travel to commit acts of violence. The Constitution and the laws of the United States permit us to register our views through our voices and our votes. What they don't permit is making your views known through violence, especially violence directed at the President of the United States. This is anti-democratic at its core.
Thank you, Judge. Excuse me. Thank you, General. This one hits a little differently. We were all there. Many of you were there. Many of you watching were there as well. The president was there. The vice president was there. The cabinet was there. And what you saw described by the general and the U.S. attorney is absolutely true. The president spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message of unity and the effectuation of law enforcement across this country. This FBI is grateful to the United States Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, and our interagency partners, including the Metropolitan Police Department, for swiftly jumping into action. All of us on there put us in a unique position, but all of us also acted uniquely. The Washington field office jumped into action immediately, sending a mobile command center to the scene, along with our evidence response technicians, who showed up in speedy fashion to make sure we could collect the evidence that the prosecutors and the department needed to make this announcement today. Also on scene, you were told about the brave heroics of the United States Secret Service and other members of law enforcement, and that should be celebrated by every single American. They did exactly what they were trained to do. They stopped a massive attack from becoming even worse. They stood in the way, they safeguarded America, and they should be nothing but applauded for their bravery and their dedication to their mission and their selfless sacrifice to this country. The FBI, along with standing up mobile command units, evidence tech response team, and Washington SWAT on scene, also established our NC3, our National Crisis Coordination Center, almost immediately. And almost immediately in parallel, we stood up our command center at the Washington field office under ADIC Darren Cox's leadership. Throughout the evening, we immediately began working with our Department of Justice partners to find the evidence necessary, to effectuate the legal process necessary, and enter into the suspect's room at the Washington Hilton successfully and lawfully and obtain the relevant evidence for exploitation. That was on scene. Back at the headquarters division and the Washington field office, we were coordinating a national scale investigation that literally spanned from coast to coast. As you heard, FBI agents along with the interagency were immediately dispatched to the suspect's home in California, where we conducted interviews that provided critical information about this horrific attack. We also dispatched investigators and agents to New London, Connecticut, where we conducted further interviews that provided necessary information that you will find in this criminal complaint, as the United States Attorney has just laid out. While officers were working diligently through the night to conduct those interviews, we were also conducting interviews of witnesses on scene. Those interviews are ongoing. As you know, there was almost 2,000 people there. We are sifting through and prioritizing who to talk to, and we will get to each and every one of you with any bit of relevant information. Again, we ask everybody who has any relevant information, like I did on Saturday night with the president, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Any piece of information is information we want to have and must receive. On top of the on-scene response by this FBI, the headquarters response, and the Washington field office response, the FBI flipped on its enterprise-wide response to this critical incident. What does that mean? We dispatched fixed-wing assets across the country so that we could immediately transport evidence that was acquired in California and Connecticut and sent it to our laboratories in Quantico for analysis. We collected the shell casings on scene, including the firearms and the weapons that the judge talked about. Those were also sent to our Quantico laboratories for immediate analysis. America should be proud that this FBI acted with the urgency that was needed for the moment that we had to answer. The president rightly said that we will act in a unified fashion, and it's because of President Trump's leadership and backing of the blue, every single person in law enforcement that I stood with into late evening hours on Saturday, early evening hours on Sunday, and all day yesterday and today are thrilled to wear the badge and defend this country. Each and every one of them deserves our thanks, and I encourage everyone listening to go out there and shake the hand of a federal agent or police officer and say thank you for doing their job. Thank you for training endlessly to make sure they meet the mission requirements. And for me, as the director of the FBI, I want to thank our headquarters components for working diligently with our prosecutors and make sure that the American public knows it's not just federal agents that do this work. It's our intelligence analysts, our support staff, our laboratories, our fixed-wing assets, our critical incident response groups, our hostage rescue teams. Agents sprung into action, got out of bed, and haven't slept since. These prosecutors haven't slept since, and I promise you they're not going to be sleeping. They are going to give you every piece of evidence. As the journal said, we will make public, when appropriate, to protect the integrity of this investigation, to make sure that due process is served, and we will meet the highest standards of the Constitution, as we always do. And that is when we will continue to disclose information. I know the public has a yearning for information, but just remind yourself of how much information you have already received, how transparent this administration has been. In less than 48 hours, you know almost every single thing we know. And what we have not told you yet, we will tell you in short order. So once again, from me, as director of the FBI, I want to thank the interagency. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and their director, Mark Wayne Mullen, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General of the United States Attorney Pirro, and Ada Cox for springing into action on a night that should have been celebrating free speech, but we will be doing it again shortly, as the President said, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
Pierre.
Two questions, please. Beyond the evidence and what the judge described as the manifesto, what other evidence can you point to that tells us that the president was the primary target of the suspect?
So we're a day and a half into the investigation. As we talked about earlier, we were able to get multiple devices from various locations, the hotel room and also his where he lived in California. We have started that process. There's nothing more that would be appropriate to share at this time until we have thoroughly gone through it, which we're doing, and we'll share that information as appropriate in the future. Second question, go ahead.
Beyond the assassination attempts against President Trump, you had someone try to burn down the mansion where the governor lives in Pennsylvania. You had those state lawmakers attacked in Minnesota. You've had 2 Israeli embassy staff members murdered in the city here. You had the Charlie Kirk assassination. You had the National Guardsman killed in the city. Can you, each of you, describe the current threat environment and what DOJ's stance is about it?
Well, you just described the current threat environment pretty accurately, which is that the political violence and rhetoric has got to stop. And that's something President Trump said right after the incident on Saturday night. It's something that Carolyn Leavitt talked about a couple hours ago. It is something that is, when you have a president who and many people in this room, if we're going to be honest about it, has done it as well. They're just as guilty as a lot of people on X. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place. If you look at what it appears that this defendant had in his past, we're talking about somebody who is college educated, who has a job, who is otherwise living his life, and we'll find out more about him, as I expect, in the coming days and weeks. But he chose to do what he did, and so our threat environment is we are ready. I mean, I'm not going to go through what Director Patel just talked about with the way we responded, but this was something that we will always be prepared for, and it's sad that it has to happen, but it's not a new thing, unfortunately.
Okay. Have you been able to determine whether the gunman fired shots? If so, how many shots he fired, and who exactly, whose bullet hit the agent?
We want to get that right. So we're still looking at that. It appears, and I don't want to overstate because we are still looking at this, that there were five shots that law enforcement fired. We have all the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect, that the defendant fired it out of his shotgun, and we know that happened. But as far as getting into exacting ballistics, I'm not going to do that today because it's still being looked at and finalized.
Thank you for taking my question. You personally have called for a construction of this ballroom at the White House. The president has called for this as well. Today, the National Trust president put out a statement, says that they're grateful that everybody's okay, but, and I quote, "We are not planning to voluntarily dismiss our lawsuit, which endangers no one, and which respectfully ask the administration to follow the law. Ballroom construction is continuing unabated until June 5th at the earliest because the injunction is on hold." Where does the Justice Department go from here? And then I have a follow-up on that.
Well, we filed a motion today asking the court to do what the plaintiffs refused to do. We absolutely believe that there is no better example of why this ballroom is necessary, aside from all the very positive things the ballroom will bring to this country and to Washington, D.C., than what happened on Saturday night. You guys, many of you all were there. That's one of the only places in D.C. that you can hold an event like that due to its size and the structure of what we need. So we're basically stuck at this point in this city with having an event like that at a hotel, so underneath a ton of hotel rooms. And so the fact that we, aside from the fact that the ballroom is spectacular, it's going to be beautiful, it's going to make this country look great every time it's used, it's also a meaningful safety issue. And so I very much wish that the plaintiffs and their counsel would take a different view, but if they don't, we are going to continue to fight in court like we have been, and hopefully the judges at the D.C. Circuit Court will do the right thing.
Are you aware of...
Not you, the red.
Thank you. Are you investigating connections that Cole Allen allegedly had to left-wing groups? I think one is called the Wide Awakes, reportedly.
Yes. Of course we're investigating that. Now you.
Are you aware of his video game development past, including a potential shooter-style RPG game?
I've seen the news reports that talk about that. I think that the positive and negatives of this type of case is that there's a lot of people investigating this man right now, including the FBI. But the only investigations that truly matter in the court of law are the ones that Director Patel and his men and women are doing. So we'll wait for them to do that and get an answer.
Follow up, just really quick. Do you know anything about his alleged Christian past, Christian faith past, because he said something about it in the manifesto?
I have read reports in the news, and I've read reports that say various things regarding his views of Christianity, his views in the past of Christianity, and I'm certainly not going to speak to news reports. I will wait, as I hope all of you would, for the investigation to continue until we actually have answers. Yeah.
Just a little technical question. You mentioned that you guys, so far you think that Allen fired at least one shot. That doesn't say that in the affidavit yet, so I'm just curious if you can explain the discharging of weapon charge at this point.
Well, he's charged with violating 924C, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. So by definition, that charge means that it was discharged. I can tell you from what I know, with the understanding that we're a day and a half in, that this is the gun that he discharged. And as those of us that have ever shot one of these know, what happens when you shoot that is the casing stays inside the firearm, and then if you reload it, it pops it out. My understanding is that it was inside the firearm, but hadn't been ejected, which means that it hadn't been pulled back again. But again, I want folks to understand, I'm the acting attorney general. I'm not on the ground doing the investigation, so I'm telling you what I've been told, and we'll, if that information changes, I'm sure that we'll let you know. Yeah.
Just want to ask you about this letter that you posted yesterday that's sent from Brett Shumate to the plaintiffs in that lawsuit. It says that the Washington Hilton is, quote, demonstrably unsafe for the President of the United States. It said that with the ballroom, that Trump will no longer need to venture beyond the safety of the White House perimeter. Just engaging with those lines, was there an assessment in advance of the dinner that the Hilton was demonstrably unsafe? And if so, why was President Trump allowed to attend it? And then separately, just the idea that by building the ballroom, that President Trump wouldn't need to go outside of the confines of the White House. I mean, is that something that the American people, should find acceptable, that the president would have to be, for major events, confined to the White House? It seems like kind of a castle situation.
That is obviously not what he means by that. And the fact that question comes with respect to President Trump is laughable in the extreme. I mean, laughable in the extreme. You have a president who willingly speaks with you guys multiple times a day, I would say 7 days a week. He is active all over the country. I think with that, keeping it to the four corners of that statement, when he says demonstrably, it's demonstrated by what happened on Saturday night. So that doesn't mean that the Secret Service would ever let the president go into an unsafe environment. I know that the director of the Secret Service will be focused on making sure that we always keep him safe. And by the way, as we said before, and as anybody that was in that room knows, we were safe. We were safe. We heard a lot of loud noises that at the time many of us thought could be guns going off. It was mostly plates falling because of the staff, understandably, were running. So my reaction to that is I'll leave anything with respect to security up to the great men and women of the Secret Service. But when we talk about having an environment like the ballroom, it's an environment like what you saw last night. So an environment where you have a unique blend of cabinet members, leadership of this country, leadership of Congress, reporters and members of the public coming together for an event like that. That's different than other public-facing situations, which I have no doubt President Trump will continue to do, as he said he would on Saturday night. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there, for FBI Director Patel,
Sure.
Is there any other credible threats at this time related to events in the city, including King Charles, and then separately, the manifesto, I don't really want to give too much weight to this, did mention your name in it as someone that they maybe were not targeting. Do you want to kind of elaborate on that, and then also the political motivations there?
As to the latter, no. As to the former, the FBI and the interagency is constantly evaluating intelligence provided to us by interagency collection methods. Our partners in the federal and state and local levels, we are constantly relaying that information to the White House, to the Attorney General, to the United States Attorney, specifically here in D.C. And we will always assess each piece of intelligence and base it on the credibility that it was received and give it the due weight that it has. But as the U.S. Attorney has stated, and as President Trump's task force for Washington, D.C. has shown, we have reduced crime in this city by historic levels, and we will continue to do so, and we will continue to safeguard the men and women that call Washington, D.C. their home.
All right, just a couple more.
Acting Attorney General, in paragraph 14 of the complaint today, it says that the suspect fell, and you said that he was tackled. I just want to see if we can try to make sure we understand.
Well, I think that both can be true. And I would rely on the complaint because that was sworn to by an agent and not by the words out of the acting attorney general, who most certainly was not there. But I think both can be true.
The U.S. attorney yesterday also mentioned that one of the charges possibly would be for assault on an officer, and I noticed today it's a different charge. Is this because you've determined that what he shot didn't actually strike the officer?
We're still looking at that, and I think that's something that you'll hear about in the coming days as we know the answer to that. It doesn't legally matter in that situation, but you know, when after an event like this happens, not surprisingly, there's initial charges that we consider. Then you have the U.S. Attorney's team and the FBI looking through the evidence and figuring out what's the best thing to do, and that's what you have, right? Just one more question, yeah.
I have two quick questions. One,
All right, two questions.
I just wanted to clarify, you said the one officer fired their weapon 5 times. Was that the only officer who discharged a firearm?
I want to be very careful in answering that question because this is, when you do ballistics evidentiary collection and research, it is very complicated. So when you fire a bullet, the bullet ends up somewhere. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. And so from that, with that qualifier, we believe right now that there was 5 shots fired from the same firearm. But there's a team of folks looking at this that are experts, and the evidence collection team that were in that area of the hotel where the shots were fired will work all night. They have the evidence they collected, but it's not an exact science from the standpoint that, for example, the buckshot, when that shot, it scatters everywhere. Sometimes it just disappears, actually, depending on where it hits. So you don't have to, hopefully with that qualifier, that's where we are right now.
Question about the timeline, sir.
Hold on.
I just wanted to ask what law enforcement has learned about why he was targeting President Trump. Do you guys believe he was upset about a certain policy or a decision by the president?
The complaint lays out what I think is described as a manifesto, which is something that he allegedly sent to many folks, his family. That's what we have so far as his motivation. As the U.S. Attorney said a few minutes ago, what is clear from the complaint and from what we have so far is he was targeting President Trump. He described that in his manifesto. He was targeting administration officials. He described that. But as far as us understanding additional motivation, that's for the FBI and law enforcement. All right, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Officials with the Department of Justice, we saw Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, and also U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro taking questions and speaking there, giving an update on where things stand with the investigation into the suspect now charged in connection with what happened at the White House Correspondents Dinner on Saturday night. Cole Allen facing 3 charges. We heard from U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro saying she expects additional charges to be filed. One of those charges is attempted assassination of the President of the United States, which is a charge that carries with it up to life in prison. Trying to see if there are any other major details that came out of that. We did see the images of the guns, the multiple knives that they say that suspect was armed with as well. Still a lot of things, a lot of questions. It's early in the investigation. They're going to be doing some more ballistics tests and narrow down some things, try to really get some answers on what exactly happened there. But they also pointed out the manifesto that they say belonged to that suspect, where he specifically mentioned wanting to target Trump administration officials. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Today we're out of time now. Going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team and Fox 35 Weather Plus, which you can now join in progress here on Fox Local. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.